Good evening, everybody. How are you? Coming in hot already with the Hot Mess Express. Um, I have no excuses for it. So, welcome in, everybody. If you're a Hot Mess Express just like me, you'll fit right in. Welcome on in to this, was it Friday evening? It is. Are we sounding good in the chat? Can everybody hear me okay? Let's see. Let me pull up chat so I can see what's going on. Oh, okay, get out of there. All right. While I wait on the chat to decide to pop up here, something just went nuts with my phone. There we go. Now I can see. I got my mod team here. Welcome in, guys. Look, guys, we got Butterfly with us. Whoa, you can tell it's the weekend. I hope you had a decent week out there, Butterfly, and we are so happy to see you in the chat with all of us. Semi Sharp, thank you, Rachel, and of course, Forrest, for being here with us. You guys make this all so much better and easier, and I appreciate you. Sketty Nona, is that how? Am I saying that right? I feel like I butcher everybody's names half the time. Welcome in and thank you for coming in. All right, good. The sound is good. We have missed you, Butterfly. We look down and we don't see your name. We don't see the conversations. We're like, "Aw," so we're glad you could join us. How are y'all doing this evening? Everybody getting ready for the 4th of July? Y'all got plans or kind of half ass, kind of chilling, kind of doing, kind of whatever in it? I might whatever it. It depends on how I feel tomorrow. My kiddos just got back from Alabama getting some fireworks. All we got to do is cross the state line. Florida, you can do the fireworks, but there's like, you know, the little kitty fireworks, I guess you could say. But at Alabama, they're like, shoot, come on down. We've been buying fireworks in Bama for generations down here in Northwest Florida. It's a tradition. Everybody load up. We're going to the interstate. We all know why, but we got some fireworks. So we're going to head down to a little community shindig tomorrow evening for a few hours. You were off today? Awesome. Simi, what are you saying? I can't. My feral friend running amok. Don't make me start laughing now. I'm trying to sip coffee, and I don't know what's coming out your mouth next. Depends on what I say, probably. All right, guys. I didn't stream yesterday. I came close, and then I thought, nah, nah. I wasn't feeling it. I don't know if it was the full moon stuff going down with the Mercury in retrograde, what was really going on, but I just wasn't even feeling myself. Y'all ever had those moments? You don't feel it, and you don't feel yourself, and you don't know if you could trust yourself? That was me yesterday. And if I don't trust myself, I'm not sure I should come live. Yeah, it could get sideways real quick, and I try not to do that. Staying home, he's making something, smoked something, right? Butterfly. It doesn't matter what that man be smoking. We know it's going to be good. That probably didn't sound right to a lot of people, but you and I know what we're talking about. Is he going to throw down on the brisket again? Damn it, man. I'm missing out. I need Butterfly's husband to make me brisket, y'all. That is like a life goal, okay? And they are missing their vacay down here to see me this year, so they can't like bring it with them. So do I got to go to them? I got to go to Texas and get me some brisket. And I got to head out down to Idaho because Rachel's got some pretty good shit too. And then Canada's calling because come on now, Forrest be tempting us with some pretty good stuff over there. Maybe that's it. I should go on a trip, right? A food festival trip. We'll call it a food festival trip. We'll give it a theme and a reason, right? Isn't that what everybody does these days? It has to be a theme. There has to be a la la la. Can't we just celebrate? You were off and just saw a couple of videos on the case we're going to talk about, the Ohio case. I wasn't going to cover it, right? Because I don't set out to cover children's cases like, oh, there's another child case. These cases we talk about are so heavy in general, right? Like, I don't like the kid cases. None of us should like them, but they come up and they need to be covered because children are the voiceless of all the voices. It's the children, and so I saw the first news story pop off about it, and I watched it, and I really literally turned it off. I didn't even finish watching it. Okay, it was that bad, and it makes my stomach feel icky. I start to feel icky. I can't. I started like years ago. I would scroll past all those stories on Facebook because I feel like I can't with all this, right? And I can't change the outcome. I can't protect those babies and all the things. I cannot be awake all night thinking about those poor babies and what I would love to do to those so-called adults in their life. So I don't set out to cover them. But then I saw Jesse Weber interview an attorney, and I realized that's the attorney for the mother of these 16 children. And why is he saying these things? Piqued my curiosity. I'm like, what are we about to do here, sir? And then I saw, upon further investigation, I went to Facebook. Oh, the cesspool. There's a couple of sources I'll go to there to look to see. And Plunder is one of those accounts. She hasn't done anything on YouTube about it because Mackenzie Shirilla, we're all fascinated with that. I'm not. But the world is fascinated with that girl and her phone calls right now, even though they were out years ago. I feel like they've been out for at least 2 years because I done seen them all, right? I done seen the wreck before the crash on Netflix came out. I saw it on YouTube with my own eyes, right? I've heard all the jailhouse phone calls. Anyway, everybody's still running amok with that. So she's doing content on that, but not on Facebook, right? She's in Ohio. That's why I was like, let me go see what Plunder's saying. Because anytime a case pops off in Ohio, she usually jumps right on it. Y'all know how she does if y'all follow true crime and you follow Plunder. You know who I'm talking about. You know how she rolls, right? So I figured if anybody's got the goods on Ohio, it's going to be our girl. And sure enough, I was like, what am I reading? Salty been squirreling down a rabbit hole. I had to get my mind off of another situation that bugs me, but I'm going to try not to let that bug me no more. Things do not steal my joy unless I allow them to, right? Analyze that, Doug. Plunder is pretty great with her FOIAs. Yeah, she's been doing it for years, right? She's been doing it for years. Girl does her thing. Um, she gets the goods. Now, I didn't see any documents, but I did see an interesting post that we'll get to. All right. So I didn't go live yesterday and cover the Derek Callellas, whatever you want to call the guy today. I honestly do not care what his last name is. It is spelled Kalila. I'm an American, so I will say it Kalila. If it needs to have a roll with my tongue, or I don't know. I'm American. I don't speak anything but English. So he's Callella to me. And I didn't find it riveting. I found it like, oh, that's what I thought was going to happen. But I wanted to wait and see what the response was, right? I wasn't really concerned about what was going to happen in court because I kind of already knew what was going to happen in court. We had a change of plea coming. But some people were very concerned about that plea deal and what that court hearing may tell us, right? It was supposed to fit a narrative. It was supposed to give us more insight, but it didn't do anything. Did it feed the narrative or change the narrative, right? That's what I was wondering. How are we going to spin this, right? How are we going to play it? So for those of you who do not know, Derek Callella was the one who was sending the text messages to Annie and Tom, Annie Guthrie and Tommaso, whatever, Cianio, whatever his name was. Annie and Tom got those texts, and someone got a 9-second call that whoever that was went unnamed in the document. I will not speculate or pretend to know who the hell Callella called when the document clearly does not tell us who he called, but it clearly tells us who he texted. So I'm assuming whoever he called, he did not text, right? That leaves two people, Cameron and Savannah. Y'all take your pick your rabbit hole. I don't really care, right? Either way. Probably Cameron, and the reason I say that is because Callella admitted to getting all the information off the internet. I bet you it was easier to get Annie's and Cameron's than it was Savannah's. I mean, I'm just saying. I could be really wrong about that. I'm just a lady on the internet. So I didn't find anything surprising. The plea deal. Apparently, Callella, somebody on X was also posting, and nobody really ran with it or wanted to because, that's not going to feed the narrative. But it kind of fed the narrative as to why Callella is the way, the way Callella is. A little money grabbing freak to support his habit. He already had another pending case in California for some theft issues, right? Whole other story. Because the guy likes to take money that's not his. The guy likes to support habits, right? And apparently he was a meth head. I'm not going to sugarcoat stuff here on the internet. I'm a grown ass woman. Meth head. Some misinformation was coming out of court. Now, shout out Juanita, because you were the only one that paid attention in the courtroom from those boots on the ground reporters that were there with you in the courtroom. You were literally the only one that paid attention. So shout out to you, ma'am. You got it right. I was watching, by the way. She got the facts right the minute she stepped out of court and stepped onto Sleuth Intuition's microphone. The rest got it dead ass wrong. I followed up her reporting with reports that were coming out, and it turns out Juanita was dead ass accurate. All right, so he has been using meth, and he used meth a few days before the court hearing. He had tested positive in the past. He tested positive that day. We don't know if he used that day or not. I don't care. The point is, the judges have allowed him to go into a drug rehab deal. That's the plea deal. Instead of going to prison for up to 20 years for what you did, that all of Tucson said you're going to pay for, by the way. Law enforcement, anyway. I don't know what the people's out there saying, because I think Tucson's weird at this point. I don't know what the fuck they're thinking in that town. But yeah, Callella is apparently a drug addict, does things for money. This is all we know so far, right? Took his plea deal to avoid all that jail time, but has agreed to go into some drug rehabilitation program, which appears to be the way of the world these days. Not the world, but maybe the way of the United States of America and our criminal justice system that appears to be incredibly broken. It takes a lot of money to hire an attorney to defend oneself in this country, or you can get a plea deal and take some drug rehab stuff that may or may not work. In California, of all places, drug rehab in California. I think Alan Jackson's got some things to say about those drug rehabilitation programs out in Cali, Arizona, wherever the fuck you got to take it at. You live in Cali, so I'm assuming they'll allow it to happen in Cali. All right, enough about Derek's bullshit. Apparently, he did not cough up evidence on Annie and Tom as many thought would happen. So how do you spin it and how do you play it when it comes to the court date finally gets here and the guy gets a 5-year probation and a drug rehab stint and a slap on the wrist? Don't play with the phone no more, you idiot. These people were suffering. How dare you send a text and a call on a fucking WhatsApp app or whatever the hell you used? A very unsophisticated means to do so. Unlike some phantom letter writers, right? Callella's like, I don't even know about all that stuff. IPs and servers and shit. I just want my drugs. But I was like, well, how is this going to fit the narrative now that he don't know Annie and Tom, right? What now? Because nobody wants to investigate the case anymore because we're trying to investigate whether Annie and Tom did it, right? Am I wrong? So I'm not sure where to go from here now that happened, but I watched a couple of people just to get their takes. Let me see what they're thinking, check some balances for myself is what I call it. When I'm feeling one type of way, I'm like, let me check myself. Let me go see what the other side's saying for a moment. Do we agree? Can I take from them? Can they take from me? Or am I like, oh, peace out, y'all crazy? It could go in either way. I never know until I go review, right? Couple of them, I was like, okay, I see you. And then it happened. Then I got the response I was waiting for from that one individual. And we're going to play it and take a look at it. Now, also, coming up this week, I think, not this week, because tomorrow we busy. We got the 4th of July. I might go live later on tomorrow night from my phone just to say, hey, y'all, what up? I might not. But everybody's like took a deep dive into Annie Guthrie, right? From top to bottom, side to side, her poetry, her Wiccan shit, her, oh, look where she works and surrounds herself with it down there in the ghetto. All that we had to, Tom and his cooking, his bands. Well, shouldn't we take also deep dive Savannah Guthrie's career if we don't have tunnel vision and if we consider the FBI might not be that dumb after all. At least 70% I don't think are dumb. There's a percentage, I'm sure, but I don't think it goes as high as 70. You know, because they've said these aren't off the table, those letters. Should we take them completely off the table ourselves? I guess some people can, but I can't, right? So that puts Savannah's career back on the table. Hello, Savannah. We have your mother. Damn. Who's taking advantage of the situation? Oh, they elected nanos, so that says a lot. Yeah, semi sharp. I've said that from the beginning. So when all this came out about nanos, and we heard from whatever that one cop's name was now, I'm like, huh. If half the department doesn't have faith in their leader, and half the department's been grounded because of that dude, and half the department hates him, why is he still in office, and who is keeping him there? Maybe Tucson should ask that question because I've been asking it for months and it gets ignored. I have not forgotten my question so far. And I've seen two people now come at Laura Conover out there in Tucson. Don't make me side eye you, prosecutor lady. I already know what's up anyway. It's the way of the world. And Dr. Gary Bricardo tried to explain it a little bit the other day, but he was reminded we're only talking about Tucson, sir. And of course, he retreated to his corner. Of course, it's your show. That's how it rolls. But anyway, I'm trying not to be a total asshole today, y'all, and a smart ass. I don't know what's wrong with me. I think people got under my skin. I always thought he was just taking advantage of the situation. Who? Callella? Yeah. Was always going to be one, right? And in a lot of cases, if we go back in time and look at other cases, there's always, you're going to find these cases where that happens, right? Where the weirdos reach out and start, hey, look, check this out. Idaho 4K, some lady called WSU Mom Kim comes sliding up into everybody's chats, suddenly up on everybody's fucking panels because she allegedly knew things. They come out of the woodworks for their 15 minutes, right? And then you can't get rid of their wretched asses. And no matter how many times you invite them for a lady to lady, woman to woman, mama to mama conversation, they just ignore you. I cannot today. Oh, hey Pinto, how you doing? Which letters? Why are they all grouped together? Okay, because Doug, I've been screaming that since the letters popped off into the inboxes and we heard about them. I'm like, brakes on, people. First two letters are completely separate than the TMZ south of the border guy letters. And I tried to have many conversations about it, but nobody wanted to because all the letters are fake, Salty. Nobody sends letters to TMZ. Yeah, but what about the first two? What about them? Everybody heard that shit off the internet. Anybody could have made that up and said stuff. Well, now we're learning this stuff was so specific. They had a really good guess, huh? So I can't take no damn letters off the table yet. The FBI won't even do it. Y'all seen the way Cash Patel's eyes about popped out of his head when he got asked to clarify that situation? He's like, oh, no, that's a state matter. The fuck? Get me out of here. Where's the trap door? Somebody hit that button. I can't even say we got the partnership for the private sector happening in my. Where's my damn lawful search warrant? Call the president. I need my lawful search warrant now. I don't even know why, but I need it. They're asking questions again. That's how that went down. And of course, I ad libbed a whole lot there. Y'all can tell. You're welcome to troll my shorts page. I put a whole short about it, like right after he did it. I was like, oh, Cash Patel, you just dodged a whole ass question, and you're the leader of the gang. You're the guy we are supposed to ask. Huh. They was apparently talking about a bunch of other stuff too, the FBI does, and I don't know. I don't pay attention. Battle of the ransom letters. There's no battle out there. Not in my opinion, Butterfly, right? The battle is the people who don't want to believe the first two at all, based on, TMZ. Nobody does that. There's a bunch of talking heads out there explaining away why those first two letters are nonsense. But my only question is, with they did that ahead of having all the evidence, okay, about what was in the letters, right? None of us ever knew what the letters contained. We heard, you know, two ransom demands, 4 million, 6 million. Then we heard we didn't mean for Nancy to die, basically. And then Savannah on letter two, right? Number two. And then you start getting TMZ, south of the border guy, I saw shit letters. We don't even counting him right now. He hasn't even come into the picture yet. So we just got one and two. And remember, the first station to get it was not TMZ. And it wasn't KVOA. KVOA got their letter 11 hours after the first station. TMZ got theirs a whole 12 hours after the first station. Why do you think they sent it to TMZ? Everybody's like, why would you send it to TMZ? Think about it for a second. It goes to two TV stations and not one single word is breathed into the atmosphere about it. No one knows. Person writing the letters doesn't like that. They want it known. Now we send one to TMZ because we know, by God, they're going to make it known. So 2 letters, 3 stations. Why would they want the public to know, though, with a kidnapping? That I can't figure that out to save my life. That part don't make sense. Yeah, I get questioning why not leave a ransom note on the beds, in the house, right? Perfect sense. I get it. That I couldn't tell you why. They chose to email some shit. But why take it public? That's what I don't get. Now, insert, well, Annie and Tom are writing the notes, right? People are saying that. Y'all know they are. Y'all don't just watch me. Come on. If you do, then other people are saying that. So let's play somebody here. Let's play. I can't help myself. This is not going at someone, bullying, throwing shade, creator wars, any of the immature bullshit people on the internet want to say. This is just fair and critical response. Because if you're going to come out on the internet and tell me all the time, not just this one person, but a bunch of people, because we cover true crime and we cover horrific, disgusting cases with dead victims. I'm here to support the victims. I'm here to support their families. When today? Because yesterday you were throwing shade at a different family, and tomorrow I know you're going to do it to another family. I can literally name the 2 families right now. And that's across the board. So it's just going to be a critical view review. What's a review? What do they call all this? Fair use and all that whatever stuff. Whatever grown-ups are supposed to say these days. All that stuff. Yeah. All that. I don't got time for all that. Oh, maybe I should so I can sound more professional and mature, believable, intelligent. Oh, Jesus, I could go on and on. Mm. Plus, I got another I appreciated that conversation right there with Garagos and Enton. That was a good conversation. See, that's the kind of I go look for conversations, right? About the possibilities and different things, not the talking heads, blah 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 blah. Problem case solved. I can't. Like, what? What's happening? Okay, we will look at a couple of things with the Callella to get a take on. I want to go review Mark Garagos, some things he said with you guys. Interesting things that were said. The conversations I look for, like, does this make sense? Will this make sense? What are the implications here? Those kind of things get me out of the fucking weeds, please. I'm dying, right? So appreciate those conversations. All right, well, hang on. I forgot to get it to where we can bypass the bullshit. Hold on. Oh, Google's got the Fourth of July or the American flag and Fourth of July, all kinds of stuff in the Google words. I just noticed that when I pulled up my screen. It's gonna be hot as hell in Florida tomorrow. I might have to get me one of them cold beers out and drink it in the evening with some music on. And I don't drink, but I'm down with a cold ass beer in the late summer evening. Kind of well, maybe I got me a thought, y'all. Ashley Banfield throwing down over there on her blue and purple gin. Miss Ma'am, I see you. I was like, damn girl. Damn, is it that rough? It kind of is. I felt you. I felt your pain, Miss Ashley. If y'all, if y'all don't know, go watch Ashley Banfield's video, one of her latest on the Nancy Guthrie case. Well, she's a little mad at. She's really pissed at Callella, but for different, they just need to bring that energy into put it to good use, man. Come on, Ashley. I know you can do it. The case drove her to drinking, y'all. Maybe that's where I was at yesterday. It drove me to drinking yesterday. Like, I didn't drink. Maybe I should have. I even left Ashley a message that ain't no gin good strong enough for all that kind of thing. Maybe she ought to try a gummy next time. Ashley, put down the gin, baby girl. Try a gummy instead. Can't hurt. Shit. It's not for everybody, just like the alcohol's not. Don't be a hater. It's legal in my state, so in your face. I don't know. You can't citizens arrest me or say horrible things about me. It's legal in my state. There was a time that alcohol was illegal in the United States and people literally went fucking nuts. Did y'all know that? They went nuts. Forrest is going to turn into a Yeti. Forrest says, I'm going to go wild on my birthday and have a margarita. We need to have one with you, Forrest. Like, in real time, online. We'll be all like, just get our margaritas ready. Fuck yeah. I think it's been 2 or 3 years since you last. You know what? 2 to 3 years. It's probably been that long for me since I've had like a mixed drink too, Forrest. So it's a date. It's a date, my friend. We're going to have a margarita party, y'all. Online. Virtual margarita party. Yeah, we're going to do it. It's Forrest's birthday. We cannot do this without our Forrest. We have got to celebrate. Ooh, We should like, what kind of margaritas do y'all like? Okay, we're gonna get totally sidetracked and we're gonna be drunk soon. We used to have this thing when WSU mom Kim was live on someone's panel. We're like, if we were drinking ladies, we could play a drinking game with using her because every single time that woman says, I'm a mom, well, we can drink a shot and we would be tore up from the floor up by the end of the stream. That's how many times she's going to tell you, I'm a mom. Ain't that right, Kim? Where you at, girl? You still lurking there occasionally? I'm bored. Can't you tell? Your uncle lives in dry country in Bama. No, no, no. They still look at Rachel, like totally dry town. Sunday morning's okay, but like 24/7 dry town. I'm in a dry. What's that town? Wait, that old Miranda Lambert song. I got a nickel for every. Wait, god dang. Oh my god, I can hear her singing it in my mind now. Get me out of this dry town. you, you got any of that cough medicine you keep beneath the cabinet? Penny says, do lemon drops count? Forrest, I remember the I'm a mom drinking game. Yeah, it's so Okay, stop it, Simi.
Know him if you haven't been here. John Edwards is the assistant agent in charge with the FBI here at the Tucson office.
Okay, hang on. He's got well, I shouldn't say it like that. I feel like it's moved. I don't want to hear him go back through all that. Okay. It feels like, and I understand the frustration with this sheriff, right? Man, I think we all get it. We all get this man is an egotistical asshole who has sat down half of his department, and then it cost Nancy Guthrie dearly when her life was on the line, right? Even the pilot that could fly the most sophisticated airplane in the fucking state of Arizona was grounded because of this guy. Took him hours to approve to get him up there. Lets the canines come in. They leave Nancy's blue shirt laying out on the ground. They release the scene to the family. We all know everything that this man has done, right? But it feels like it might be getting personal. Even, well, I won't go that far. It feels like it's starting to get personal on many levels. I don't know. It's my opinion. An opinion. Welcome to Coffee and Crime Conversations, where facts, opinions, and theories will be discussed. My name is Salty Sleuth. I'm your host. I don't have a wall full of degrees to display for you. I just got some life experience and shit. Just like you guys.
Available.
So let me get this right. Meth heads from California can interject themselves into the highest profile kidnapping case in the United States since the Lindbergh baby.
I don't, never mind. Does America all drink? I'm just curious. Question. Y'all in the chat, does everybody out there drink? I'm just wondering. From a non-drinker who's had a alcoholic in the family. I'm just asking. I hear cops have a problem with it from time to time.
And stand before a federal magistrate with his attorneys and
I'm just asking questions.
Somehow there was a deal worked out behind the scenes that he would, upon sentencing in September, be eligible for 5 years of probation. But don't forget to go to rehab during that time, before that. And by the way, Your Honor, my client needs to tell you, just a couple of days before this hearing, he tested positive for methamphetamine. Anybody else find something wrong with that? Somewhere? Now, either A, the FBI was not telling the truth, that they're going to go after the worst of the worst who would do this to torture that family.
That 70% of dumb FBI said they were going to go after the worst of the worst to torture that family, but here they are. Arizona, the state of Arizona, allowed Callellas to take a plea deal and go into rehab and take 5 years probation. That wasn't the FBI. It was a feds case, I guess. Yeah, in a way, but I think they worked together. We should probably do a lot of taking a look at the laws across the country, because we are always amazed at how these criminals get out of jail so quickly, right? How many times have we seen a case pop off and they got a rap sheet a mile long? Sometimes they don't have one at all, but sometimes they do. And boy, we start going at them, don't we? Why are they out? Why did they get a bond? Why are they? Why? We should really start examining a lot of that, Chris, because I don't think Callellas should have got off with 5 years of probation for sending Annie Guthrie a text message while her mother was missing. The document said Annie got the text, not Savannah, but Annie.
And go after them aggressively.
My next message is to those imposters who are trying to take advantage and profit from this situation. We will investigate and ensure you are held accountable for your actions. We have made one arrest related to an imposter ransom demand, and a complaint will be presented to a magistrate judge later today. You will get more on that from the FBI and our U.S. Attorney's Office here in Arizona when it becomes available.
And even after all of that, you have the sheriff who says, well, they've probably made a bunch of other arrests too.
In and out of here. We already kind of touched.
All right. Well, we already know that Nanos over here is not the brightest tool in the shed. We've all learned it. We know he's a liar, right? Pants on fire, Nanos. We know this. Right after this interview aired, I showed it, well, and I have a part of it clipped and I made a video about part of it. But during this interview is where he stated that he thought the FBI had made several arrests with those fake letters. We don't know where he got that shit from. I'm not going to read too much into it. It's fucking Nanos, right? He's like Doug Carter over there in Indiana. Let me throw my hands up and see what words come out with them. And y'all either can ignore me because you know I'm full of shit, or you run with it, right? Chris is going to run with it. Whatever. Because Nanos is stupid. 70% of the FBI. I was also dumb, remember. He said that himself. I showed y'all the video. He said it. Chris did, not me. So, what do you call that? Disclaimer. I don't think 70% of the FBI is dumb. I do feel like there's a percentage, but not that high. And I feel the same can be said for law enforcement across the board. I've seen stuff. Just saying.
On this, but I got to ask, is there anything at all new? Is there any movement or action right now in the case?
Well, there's always a lot going on with this case. Every day, our teams meet with the FBI. They're assigned to that task force. It's a task force of probably about 10 to 15 of our teams, and the FBI has dedicated workforces to it. But it's about sitting down at the table and talking, what do we have working today? And a lot of times it's maybe working with labs across the country on DNA. It may be working with maybe Google or somebody on our videos and what we can do with that. It could be working on a number of pieces. I think there's been a lot of talk about ransom notes. We're looking into that, and those are notes that we've been pretty consistent. You know, you divvy up the work, right? We took the DNA, we gave the ransom notes to the FBI. They look at those, and we every day come to the table and share the information and try to come up with some ideas what else we can do to get things going. You don't know all the things we know. And we still need to know what you know, because there's something out there that we don't know. We think somebody knows something.
Take or your message about the notes.
So first of all, your team, very responsible, very appreciative from not just me, but the community, the family, law enforcement reacted.
you he's one of those guys like you and your team, you're this, you're that. Don't kill her with kindness so she won't ask you the hard questions because y'all might have dinner at a party together next week. Fucking fool me. You're from the same town. I know how it works. I know reporters here. I know how they mingle with the sheriffs and the detectives. I could tell you some stories, man. I could actually show you some of the stuff. So get over it with your soft look. And the radio guy, he's done his other interview with the radio guy and this chick. Dude, you're giving interviews to people who are in your pocket. Do I need to say more?
Very appropriately, immediately got a note, the first note, that said, hey, there's a ransom here. And you immediately called us in the FBI and we got working on it. And now we've seen it go to, I think, other news outlets. Sometimes we get different notes. Well,
Uh-oh. He needs to be a little more specific. We got 2 notes, 2 local stations, then that other place got one, and that's it. That's all you got, sir. FBI got all the ones TMZ got after all of this. That's so simple to clarify, right? To say, seen too many talking heads lately get it wrong, not understanding the difference in the letters, the notes, whatever you want to call them. Therefore, their analysis of the notes is invaluable to me. Do y'all know what I'm saying? Do y'all agree with that? If I'm sitting there watching them, and I'll show you an example of what I'm talking about in a second, they ain't got a clue, but sure got a large opinion on it. And I'm like, how? I can't even take that shit seriously. Welcome in, everybody that's just coming in and joining. Faye, hey, how are you? The Sparky Pilot, welcome in. Not me, how are you doing? Welcome in, everybody.
I can't stress this enough. The FBI takes these notes extremely serious. They track them down, and if they find it to be fraudulent, they don't just put aside. They will arrest you. They have made arrests. I think they made 2 or 3 arrests already from people who, as shameful as it is, are exploiting Nancy Guthrie and the family by, even if they're playing a game, I don't know what mind that is that says this is what I want to do. Don't do it. If you send a note, and whether it's fraudulent or otherwise, we're going to be looking at it very seriously, and you will be arrested. No, we're not. We have a number of notes that we are actively looking at and will continue to actively investigate, even though this piece is given to the FBI. If they need our assistance at the Sheriff's Department, we're there. This is, I think Director Patel said today, and he's absolutely correct, this is a local case.
Haven't heard about those yet. But if this is the sentencing guidelines, I can only imagine. Or how about this? 11th hour, 59th minute.
Sentencing guidelines in the state of Arizona. What state do you reside in, sir? I'd like to take a look at your sentencing guidelines from your state. Your brother's running for office in Texas, is it? I wonder what their sentencing guidelines are. Florida has their own set of sentencing guidelines. Everybody should make themselves aware of their state's sentencing guidelines on certain crimes. And then maybe they'll all go, damn, for real? Yeah, for real.
The victims in this case, the witnesses in this case.
Notice he says the victims in this case and the witnesses in this case. What witnesses? Oh, the 2 that saw him, Ms. Nancy, last. Those witnesses. Gotcha. Yes, Sparky, it is.
They don't have to testify and get on the stand and tell the world what happened.
The witnesses don't have to get on the stand and tell the world what happened. I got a text message from a guy on my phone after my mother disappeared. The sheriff said she walked away. We said she didn't. We checked the hospitals. Me and my sister and brother were frantic. This fucker reaches out and texts me. That witness? Yeah.
In any way, shape, or form. Just saying. That means the investigation doors are not opened even further to discover what's going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, y'all, I know the state guidelines aren't implied here because this is a federal case, but he doesn't make those clarifications for people, right? And it's just that. It's like if you got a problem with whoever sentenced this person, feds, state, whatever, maybe you should focus on changing the sentencing guidelines and laws since it's so concerning and not make it fit my narrative need. That's what I'm suggesting. Just evaluating what I see.
It also means, kind of like Nanos, when he was, presented to the grand jury for beating the crap out of a prisoner, putting him in the intensive care unit with a flashlight.
So he's telling the story about when Nanos beat up the guy. Remember the criminal that was all handcuffed and tied up? Nanos beats the shit out of him. He's going to tell you why that guy wouldn't testify against Nanos. Because you need to understand. You need to understand the implication and why it would happen. That's always a big thing over there. We need you to understand. And I'm just a lady on the internet. What do I know?
While handcuffed. You mean to tell me we can't get an indictment on this guy because his attorney, the victim, that guy had been arrested for a robbery, but a good defense attorney said, look, if you get on that
and I hate to be this way, but if I was narrow-minded and thought one way, I would go live with this man's video and applaud the fuck out of it. But I don't agree with it. So if you legitimately applaud it, yay, that's great. But do it with a little respect for Savannah, just in case this cop is wrong, right? Just in case. Because it's going to look pretty fucking stupid if it turns out to be wrong.
and testify.
I might look stupid when they arrest Tom and Annie. I don't fucking know. But damn, I'd rather be stupid for that reason than to,
Against Nanos for beating the crap out of you and putting you in the intensive care unit. You're opening the door for your robbery case, and you basically could be incriminating yourself against the Fifth Amendment.
What?
So if I were you, as your attorney counseling you, I wouldn't testify against Nanos.
Now, why the hell would the witness's attorney in this case, which would be Annie and Tom, why would that happen? Why would their attorney advise that? Don't you? To them, like he's showing you why. Don't go do this with the sheriff, right? Don't go because you're going to incriminate yourself because of your the robbery and all that. He's implying that that's the same thing that happened here. Like, what are you doing? He took a plea deal. So are we to think that he took that because Annie and Tom didn't testify, wouldn't have to testify? What are we mixing up here, right? Ugh.
So therefore, that deal worked out. Nanos was offered an opportunity to resign out of El Paso, Texas. He took it. And now he's the sheriff in Pima County. So I wonder, is there more to this conversation somewhere in this big picture?
What?
That somebody says, well, if you get up on the stand and testify that you received these text messages from one Derek Callellas in Hawthorne, California, who arbitrarily interjected himself because of methamphetamine into this kidnapping case. If any door in any way, shape, or form is opened, such as, what were you doing that morning
What?
when you received this text message? Or tell us about your mom, to lay the foundation that she was actually abducted, and that somehow their client, Derek Callellas, would have known that outside of just seeing it in the news. There's all kinds of possibilities, trust me.
Trust him. There's all kind of possibilities. What in the hell did we just hear? Did y'all hear that? Should I play it again for those people in the back who might be deaf? Yeah, Annie, Tom, y'all don't want to testify against Callellas. It'll open the door to ask questions about where you were, what you did, where's your mama. You don't want all that, damn it, man. And the rest of the family's going to fall in line too. Yeah, you're right. We can't let the world know that Annie fucking offed our mother. Poor Savannah is so naive. She's fucking snookered constantly by some fake letter writers and Annie, jealous little bitch. Is that what the story is? I'm unsure of what's going on anymore. For some reason, they got Annie hating Savannah. I don't know if is it a jealousy thing. Y'all got? Is that how the family dynamics really roll in the families? Because they're obsessed with those family dynamics over there at the interview room. Dr. Gary he triples down on them thing. He will trip over the family dynamics, getting to the root of the elimination murder. Is that what happens? Sisters become so jealous they're willing to do anything to get back at them. I need that money you got and you won't give it up. Like that, this is sick minds out there. It could happen, but damn. I get the feeling Annie did love her mom though.
Good legal minds will weigh in on this. There'll be a lot of frustration, I can assure you that. But I'm not going to lose hope. There may be something going on behind the scenes that none of us had anticipated.
Oh, there might be. Well, that's a fine statement, sir. There might be something going on behind the scenes that none of us, depends on who you talk to, anticipated. Many doors open when you travel down many roads looking. I don't like tunnels. They're scary. We got one that leads between Pensacola and Mobile, Alabama. You don't have to go that way, but when you do go that way, you got to go through that tunnel. I don't like that shit.
And maybe folks considered that when the federal U.S. attorney said, you know what, let's just put a deal together. I wonder if Kelly brought a box of donuts. I don't know.
What the fuck was that? He wonders if Kelly brought a box of donuts. Senator Kelly, to the plea deal party. Now we're all going to cover up what Annie did because poor Savannah, we can't let that story get out there. My God, could you imagine the embarrassment for Savannah and her perfect world she comes from over there at NBC, where she hobnobs with, what did you call them, Chris? Huh. Damn, dude.
You tell me what you guys think. Put it in the comments.
I, well. Well, well, well.
Have a great day.
Y'all, I wasn't sure how to feel about that when I saw it. Because I think, it's one thing to have your opinion and your theory, right? It's fine to have it all day long. But when you're going that incredibly hard after an individual or two people with absolutely nothing to go by other than a gut feeling, don't say it's based on your training and all this stuff. I had another cop reply to a comment that I left because I'm trying to be respectful with my comments. Make me understand how you're getting there, right? Not that I'm just like, oh my God, you're dumb. Tell me how you're getting there other than a fucking gut feeling. Because that bitch will steer you wrong sometimes. Well, because I'm treating it like it's my own case and I see nothing other than it has to be somebody close. I could agree with that actually. My question is, how close? And I'm not talking to, are we talking family member close or associate or a family member of a person that once worked on the property kind of close? See, I ain't took shut off the table because I know better. I might need to go all the way back to 1995 to start looking for suspects, actually. It's a good start. After evaluating many retired FBI agents across the board for many months, I think I'd go back. And Ann Taylor's taught me a couple things. Let's go back in time with a history lesson. You'd be surprised what you find out when you don't have tunnel vision. It just leaves the door open for other things. I don't know, guys. I can't get behind that video and that philosophy and all that without any proof, evidence, more stuff, because I'm not, I'm not naive. If anybody's ever heard me talk about the Delphi case, you can't accuse me of being pro prosecution. We'll believe whatever the cops tell her. What? Do you know me? Watch, I have unpacked every single document in the Idaho 4 case. Don't come with your knowledge unless you got it. These people, man, they can't. Have we lost the ability to come into true crime and have a case happen where people can have a conversation based around the facts as we know them? They may be boring as shit. We may not know a damn thing, but can we have a conversation? People really got good at that during the Tepe murder investigation. Once the freaks on the internet got over the 911 callers, the killer, and then, oh my God, that brother-in-law who's speaking out, that took the video, he's now the real killer. Once the weeds got done playing, those of us who took shit seriously got to looking. Where's this? Where's that? How this? How this? All these things. The way people cover them, y'all know how we got social media influencers everywhere you look? You get bored, you start I don't do the TikTok. Like, I don't. I will scroll the YouTube shorts, and there's some crazy ones on there. Some are funny as shit. Some are I'm like, people are doing this. People are obsessed with this. This is what people are into. Wow. You know what I mean? Influencers. Do we have that in true crime now? We've heard so much about the crime con of it all, right? Crime con, cry con. I was having the crime con conversation years ago when it was in Orlando, Florida, a few years ago, before the Lauren Matthias controversy happened. I was having conversations about crime con and how it was being, they're taking advantage of crimes and they're using it for publicity and all these things, with a good friend of mine. Then, later in life, this here it comes. Everybody's going after the crime con and the commercialization and all the things. Like the mods and I were just checked the other day. There's like what a cruise you can take too for the crime experience, crime con type experience. What was it? Butterfly, Ramsland, and who else is going to be in that? Let me look. If I know where it's at. Catherine Ramsland, I think Nate Eaton, and somebody else going to be on like a couple of days cruise. It's like all kind of stuff, right? But do we have like influencers in like on YouTube and things like that? I don't know. Back when in the Delphi case, everybody was worried, do you work for the prosecution or the defense? I'm like, oh fuck, I don't work. I don't want. I'm like this, and the cops are coming. I'm piecing out into the darkness. If I need them, I call. I didn't witness nothing. I'm out, right? Um, that's the same thing with what do you mean hired by prosecutors and defense? What's happening here? Like I was nervous, right? Ain't nobody hiring me. Shit, I don't ever want to be that voice. We were warned a long time ago about they and about the media and about lies and fake news and all this stuff. And then I don't need influencers in YouTube news, right? What else do we call it these days? Simi says crime crews. My thought, aren't they all? I guess. Chris Hansen, Nate Eaton. Okay. And Ramsland, right? Wow. What a trio. Is it a snooze fest or we have like I mean it could be some great converse. I wouldn't mind having a conversation. I told y'all I would be down for a conversation with Ramsland all day long, twice on Sunday. In the Nancy Guthrie case, we having conversations about what could have happened kind of all went by the wayside when everybody, essay gone wrong, no. Robbery gone wrong, no. After what a month of speculating about that, I think people finally got there. It took a hot minute. Remember, y'all, it was exhausting. It took a minute to get there for people to realize that because, nobody trusted those damn weird letters, right? It was barely on the radar because it was fake. So there was this whole big thing forever about was it essay or was it not? Whatever was going on there. And people are like, this never happens. People just don't disappear out of the middle of their home in the middle of the night. Yes, they do, right? Mine automatically goes to Sebastian Rogers, automatically goes to Elizabeth Smart, Nancy Guthrie, Sebastian Rogers, Elizabeth Smart, and many, many others taken from their home in the dead of night without an eyewitness. Well, there was an eyewitness in Elizabeth's case, but it was dark and she couldn't see, but she could certainly hear that voice. Bless her little heart. When the pressure was off, she finally remembered who the hell it was, and the spotlight finally was taken off of her own daddy. Because Ed Smart was drugged through the fucking ringer. And if y'all don't believe me, I am not exaggerating. Ed Smart was picked apart by the media at that time. We just got, y'all, 24-hour news was a new thing back then. That was our social media. And they took Ed Smart it was bad, right? A lot of people blamed him for Elizabeth Smart's disappearance. So thank goodness her sister finally remembered that voice that night. And they found Elizabeth Smart. 9 months later, I thought about that when Sebastian went missing. How long am I going to give this boy to turn up before I lose all hope? Because I'd followed Elizabeth Smart from the day she disappeared, the story broke on the news. I was at work when they found her. My ex-husband called me to tell me because that's how much involved I was with the Elizabeth Smart case. And I remember all he said was, I said, hello, they found her. And I stopped dead in my tracks. Thank God it wasn't busy because I'm like, found who? And I knew it had to be Elizabeth because he wouldn't just call me and say that, right? This is an ongoing 9-month thing. He and I were watching all Nancy Grace, man. When my babies were growing up, I had Nancy Grace, y'all. She kept me fucking company. We unpacked a lot of shit together back in the day. Cheryl McCollum, you were around back then, weren't you, girlfriend? Wink, wink. Dave, you've been around a pretty good while, too. All right. So how do you look at the situation, right? And fairly evaluate what might have happened? Because anything could have happened. If you take a look at Sebastian Rogers, who to this day has never been found, and his parents, by the way, have been drug all over the internet. Some of it because of their own doing. But it was immediate with his mom, right? Last person to see him. Doesn't make any sense. Kids just don't disappear in the middle of the night from their home. Yes, they do. Elizabeth Smart did. Turned out her daddy was completely innocent of having anything to do with it. So I can't say Katie Proudfoot did a damn thing to her son if I got a half a brain, right? Because I've seen things. No matter how hard y'all fixing to go at that lady, yay. Careful now. Careful. Anyway, so that's where we're at. How do you fairly cover things? And do people want to talk about the actual reality of what could be? Or is it just got to be sensational? When I was doing the thumbnail tonight, because of those 16 children, I didn't want, I wanted it just fucking simple. If they come, they come. Because I don't want to sensationalize that thumbnail. I don't want to have this banging headline. I don't want the algorithm to tell me what's going to drive a viewer to see me. I don't want a thumbnail to dictate it, what it looks like, how far I take it. I'm no better than CrimeCon, right? Or these cruises or whatever. I'm no better than Lauren Matthias if I'm doing all that shit. Come on. So I don't know how to do it better, do it different, and make it not be, just without just doing it, right? And I've always tried to just keep it organic and simple, not like purposefully. That's just who I am. Now, the second we see something sideways, we look at that shit in a heartbeat. Y'all don't know how many I went down every avenue in the Idaho 4 case that was offered because we had to look at it. To be fair, I needed to look at all of it, right? And it all led to nowhere. When we finally started getting some hearings underway and could hear things thanks to his attorney's court filings, we finally began to understand Brian Koberger's role in the murders. So, I don't know. I don't know if Callellas' plea deal fed the narrative or made it worse. Some think that there could be a way more to this plea deal than any of us know, right? And hopefully, they keep saying the word hopefully, there's something going on in the background that we don't know about. Hopefully, I mean, he just was a guy that got some numbers off the internet. A meth head from Cali, got the numbers off the internet, tried to get some fucking money. He's coughing up some shit now, but secretly behind closed doors. Okay. And then we're going to see something to do with that later. I don't know. Why would you give him such an easy sentence, right? Why would you give him just 5 years? Why would you let him go to rehab? Why would you let him? Look at what the feds are, federal prison. They say it's pretty cush compared to state prison. You know what I mean? So I don't think the guidelines are all that crazy. That's a whole other beef with the fucking feds on their guidelines at that point. I don't know. Oh, so I get why people would want to investigate and look at Annie, but damn, the cops did. If you look at the timeline, you remember how crazy it was during that week, right? With the searches that were when the sheriff released the scene back to the family. And then the FBI came rolling into town, rolled up at the Nancy's, rolled over there at Annie's. Searches were going all through the neighborhood, both locations. We were finding gloves every, 2 miles away, gloves here, gloves there. The neighbors' houses were all being knocked on door to door. Camera crews from everywhere following the FBI in real time, all over the neighborhoods, right? To me, that was crazy. That in real time, I'm watching the FBI scour the neighborhoods in an active investigation. I always thought that was fucking wild. And I don't see nothing but a bunch of walking around and looking. What are we looking for exactly? That's what I wanted to know. What y'all looking for? Anything and everything? Something? You looking for a phone? A, a, a yellow ink pen? What are we doing? You know, coordinates stashed in a beer bottle. We don't. What's going on out here, right? Could stash a note in a bottle and chunk it out into the desert and say, "Hey, go out there and take 5 steps to the left. Turn around the cactus. Go south another 100 feet. Turn back to all the things, whatever." I don't know what they could have been doing out there. Do y'all think that Callellas done, that was all he was just the guy on the internet? This case has got a lot of that, doesn't it, y'all? It's got the mystery of what happened to Miss Nancy Guthrie and who the hell that guy at the door really was. Then you got this weird guy out of California sending the family some text messages trying to extort some money for his drug habit, gets a slap on the wrist for it. You got somebody sending letters to TV stations and to TMZ within 24 hours, less than 24 hours later. I got a question about why it took so long. I got more questions about the timeline period. But they're investigative questions, not just about what missteps may the sheriff's department probably did take. Was there missteps by the FBI as well? Is that their fault if there was? Why would they step into this case? Why did they step into this case? The sheriff didn't ask them to come on down, boys. Remember? That's how it works. We have found out covering true crime in all the states. They reach out for the FBI's help. FBI comes in and they offer their assistance in the investigation. They can analyze all your digital evidence for you and help you do this and that. You need a car analyzed in a video? We got you. You need your cell phone data? We got you with our CAS team. What else you need? All right. Need a task force, need this, that. What are we doing, right? Also, the FBI comes in any single time a kidnapping or ransom letter is involved. The oddest thing to me about that whole thing, whether you think the letters are real or not, right? Going back to the 2 letters. Here's the first thing about the 2 letters. If all reports are accurate, from Bloom down to the people who actually saw them with their own eyes, if that watch, that white banded Apple Watch, was literally on the floor near that bed, that is completely unusual. Only a person who had been in that room that night would know that, regardless of who wrote the damn letter. Because that's not just a good guess, as the internet's trying to portray at the moment. Anybody could have guessed about the watch. Anybody could have guessed about the light. Anybody could have guessed. Could they have guessed on the floor? Did they write 15 letters guessing around the room? Someone suggested that, well, there's a picture out there floating around of Nancy in her bedroom. Someone could have noticed that there was a charger on the nightstand, like this old picture. This old picture that may have a new lamp by now, might have a new bed. I don't know, new frames. She might have kept that one. We don't know. Bedding may have changed. Let me say that. This old clock right here, it might be gone. She have something different. I don't know. The books, hell, I don't know. Plants, is that different over there? We don't know. I see no indication of how anybody can look at this picture and would have guessed what pajamas Nancy wore that night, whether or not she had her slippers on, and where her watch was. That's amazing detective work. 'Cause y'all got some y'all see shit I don't see, right? Like, when they're telling me they could have guessed these things, I'm like, how? All that proves is something, and that would actually help y'all's theory. Remember, y'all, somebody who wrote that second letter likes the poetry, and it sounds female. So it would make sense that they would be in the room and know where all this stuff is at in the room, right? Well, that would feed the narrative. It could, I should say. Could. But it also could feed mine. It could have been another person besides Annie and Tom in the room that night. It could have been a whole ass other person who also knew the watch was in the floor. The back porch light, are we talking about the floodlight for sure, or are we talking about a light we can't see under the patio, maybe near that back door that might have been propped open? We've heard rumors. Let's see. This door, I don't see a light right next to the door. I see it's got hanging lights up there, right? But I don't know if they're still there. This is an old picture. Is there a light by that blue door? The other door on the patio? I can't remember. Do I have it still? Yeah, we do. I don't see one unless it's up higher that I can't see. One thing I always noticed about this picture, I see nowhere that you could have hit a where a Nest camera would have been mounted, or a camera period, right? That's under the patio, in the back of Nancy's, under that awning. Here's the damaged floodlight, remember? What is significant about that floodlight to me is that the bricks behind it are damaged. Why? That was my first thought. What in the hell happened to those? My granny had a brick house like that. What's going on there? What's going on with my bricks? Right? Is that my wall acting up? I got to fix something for my house falls apart. What's going on? How long was it like that? Did nobody notice it? Was it new? Um, I don't know, but I wonder what caused the damage, right? To the point where the bricks behind it are also damaged. It's hard to bust those lights out. It's hard to get. So look, they're dangling the wires, right? The wires are dangling down, but the brick is damaged behind it. What did they use to try to damage that damn light with, and why? Because that side of the house had a camera on it. The door is right around this corner. See, if you walk in the gate, there's that blue door. As soon as you walk in that gate and look at on the left, there's that blue door with the big floodlights, right? So it lights up the patio and it lights up the gate area. And look, there's another light right outside on the guest house, right outside the back patio area, looking right over Nancy's drive. Notice the green circle? That's a camera looking down at Nancy Guthrie's driveway. Remember, the FBI went up there and took it days later, days after Nancy disappeared. They were up there and took two cameras. Remember, this one and one that's facing the backyard? We heard they scratched some thumbnails from the one in the backyard that showed some people. Wasn't that the report? But we don't know what people and what day. None of that bullshit. We didn't get all that information. But I'm curious to know, with this camera, did y'all scratch something off this one? Does it see Tom bring Annie home on Saturday night? Her go in the house and Tom drive away? Does it see Annie and Tom arrive on Sunday to look for their mother? I'm just curious. We don't know. Odd. The watch is something they would only be known. It's something else. There's other stuff in there, Rachel. We don't even know the whole context of these notes, because when I know y'all to Howard Bloom with a grain of salt. And I tell y'all that because he got things wrong in the Idaho 4 case, right? It was a big deal in the Idaho. Howard Bloom is not new to me. It's like my first rodeo with old boy. So in the Idaho 4 case, he done wrote a book before the trial. Well, long before anybody wrote a book, Howard Bloom wrote a book in the Idaho 4 case. But he claimed to know a lot of stuff. He was halfway right about some stuff. He was dead wrong about a lot of other things that were key, right? One of the big things was that Brian Koberger had IDs in the box that belonged to the victims. They didn't belong to the victims. They belonged to two other ladies. Long story, Brian Koberger may or may not have collected ladies' IDs in a box. But anyway, they were not the victims, right? So there was a other couple little things, but not everything he had was wrong, right? So there you go, your sources, okay? But one more thing he did say over on Jay for Justice when she interviewed him was that Nancy's medication was lined up in a row. Me and Jay were both like medications lined up in a row. Bottles. Remember, because I was like, wait, everybody's like, she'd missed her 10 o'clock dose. We don't know that. How do we know that? Was there a pill box left there with Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 9 a.m., 8 a.m., all through the times throughout the day? What, 4 times a day you can get these boxes? My mom and my grandpa had them. So you would know when a dose was missed or skipped each and every time. I could come over like, Mom, you missed your medicines. Oh, no, I didn't. Yeah, you did. It's right here. Tell me you didn't miss it. It's right here. And that's how caregivers also keep up with the track of the medications, especially if they're on multiple meds. It's usually how it works. But if not, I can also see just having, say she's only got 3 meds, right? We know she had her heart meds. So 3 meds, maybe 4. What was specific about that? Why didn't they take them? Didn't think the exchange would take that long? Then why did you wait so long to reach out to say you had Nancy? Right? That's the first red flag. Don't know if it's a red flag. I don't know what the purpose of waiting that long was. I really don't. Because if you take Miss Nancy in the middle of the night, we know the timeline. By the next morning, family realizes she's gone. I don't know how much of a noise there was on Sunday about it. There was some chatter. I saw it. And then on Monday, it was making the rounds. Everybody was realizing Savannah Guthrie's mom. By the end of, what was it? Was it Monday? We got the first ransom notes. Where's my timeline on those damn notes? And then 2 days before the family responded publicly? Don't know that they needed to respond publicly, but there was apparently no other way to respond to the sender, they claimed. But how come we see an alleged deposit into the Bitcoin address with a note saying something if there was no way to respond to these kidnappers? Something's not adding up and something's not making sense with the details, right, about what's going on here. Because I've been trying to pay attention to what's going on with 1 and 2. Because it matters regardless of who sent them. Whoever sent them took Nancy. Whether they did it to cover up the real reason, I don't know. I'll figure that part out later. But can we figure out the first part first, right? What the fuck? So, I don't know, guys. What do y'all think? I'm thinking it was Tuesday, then Thursday or Friday. What? Oh, y'all are probably talking about something I'm not listening to. Or didn't know what y'all were talking about is what I meant to say. Oh, good Lord. No, JLR writing the letters. Good God. Yeah, I'm going to tell you what. No. Look, that little son of a bitch better hope he didn't write them fucking letters to TMZ, Carrie, because he's not smart enough to outsmart the FBI like that. When are we going to realize, people, that whoever wrote the letters has outsmarted the FBI? Just like Brian Koberger did. In fact, the FBI went knocking on Celebrite's door talking about, we need some help. We're stumped. But hell, JLR could be writing letters to TMZ. He's got a lot going on, apparently. Fucker. I'm not going to let JLR insert himself into this case anymore over here on this channel. JLR, if you're that stupid, write another one, please, so we can find out for sure. Because I'll be coming for you. I'm in Florida too. I know my rights, and I'm not a transplant. I know my rights. All right. Fucking JLR. I can't with those people. You couldn't even get a decent report from the courtroom. Look, there's the other camera. See how it looked over the yard? That's the one they claim they had a thumbnail scratched up, and all it sees is people. And I'm like, what people? Was there an activity? Were we having a party? Was Nancy entertaining the ladies? What are we doing back there? What do you mean people? The yard guys were busy that day? That's all we got. That's all we got from that scratched information. Ew, that's crazy. The TMZ letters, to be clear, Carrie, are south of the border guy letters, okay? They're not ransom letter number 1, and they're not the so-called apology letter of number 2. And I think that cannot be shouted loud enough from the rooftops, because there are literal people going on the internet who are claim to have all kinds of accolades, who don't understand that, but offer big analysis on the validity of those letters, and they don't have a fucking clue what they're talking about. And the people who are hosting the shows aren't down with correcting it. I find it odd. Let's see. Let's review, because the people need to start separating 1 and 2 from TMZ. And when they can do that, you might can see things differently. Still don't mean that there's somebody out there trying to get ransom for Nancy. I understand that, right? It could be fake as hell just to cover up what I really did situation. Still on the table. I understood. But you know what I mean? The rest, I'm like, y'all gotta get the facts straight before you come at me and make it. Okay. Where are you at, lady? Because I was like, man, do I have to hear this kind of shit one more time? And these are the people being platformed with all the knowledge. I'm like, damn it. Where is it? Did I not save it because I didn't feel like it was really worth because it was like no knowledge there. It was not that one. Oh, it's right here. All right. This was on Jesse Weber. We are going to get to the other case here in just a few minutes, guys, and talk about that in a little bit. Bless those babies' hearts, Lord. All right. Jesse. He's got Cheryl McCullough on. No shade to Cheryl. You need to know the timeline, ma'am, so I can have respect for your opinion. You need to understand the difference between letter 1 and 2, separate from those TMZ letters. It really would help your evaluation, ma'am. All right. In my opinion, it's just my opinion. Uh-oh, Jesse, you're froze.
This is where the FBI is now weighing in after a day of just confusion over the legitimacy of the alleged kidnapping notes in the Nancy Guthrie case. Now, before I even read you their statement from earlier, let me just catch you.
Carrie, yeah. Look, here's the thing, guys. I'm not going to have any comments about what's going on with those streamers. None whatsoever. Because I'm not, every case that ever happens, there's going to be streamers that start some shit in some capacity. There's going to be court actions taken. All kinds of things happening. I've seen it before. I'll support the Constitution all day long across the board for everybody. I don't have to like what I'm seeing, right? But yeah, I feel everybody who feels some type of way, that's why I don't push those damn links on here, Carrie, right? I ain't pushing the money links for people. No, 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 no. I see what all's going on, Carrie, and I don't disagree with you, but I just don't want to. The lady on the screen, Nancy Guthrie, is still missing, right? And the people who support that nonsense also think Nancy Guthrie was harmed by her daughter. So I don't, it's a crazy world out there. It's wacky land. Y'all be careful out there in them YouTube streets. I don't want to cover that shit. Makes me icky.
Up to speed on how we got here last night. We told you about a Reuters report citing an FBI official who said that all 3 communications linked to the case had been determined to be fake. And then today, TMZ, which by the way received some of those messages directly, reported that its law enforcement sources said that the Reuters report is not accurate, disputing the claim that investigators determined all 3 ransom notes were hoaxes. Those communications included 2 alleged ransom notes that were sent days after Nancy disappeared. The first demanding millions in cryptocurrency. The second reportedly claimed that Nancy had died. And then just last week, TMZ reportedly received another message from someone claiming to know the identities of Nancy's abductors. And now, after all of these conflicting reports, this afternoon, the FBI's Phoenix office issued this statement, quote.
Now, remember when the Routers report came out that these letters were fake? The internet broke again, because first Howard Bloom broke it with, it said this apology. Everybody's like all mad now because Miss Nancy died and Savannah didn't tell us. She lied to us. How dare her? And then the FBI comes out with a statement and says, hold up, brakes on, not so fast, still on the table, letters 1 and 2. And then the internet's like, oh, yeah, whatever. You're liars. Liar, liar. Huh. I got questions, FBI.
The FBI task force partners have received several ransom notes over the course of the investigation. Some have been deemed to be extortion attempts without legitimacy. Other ransom demands may potentially be legitimate and are still being investigated as such. This case continues to be investigated as a kidnapping for ransom case. The FBI has and will continue to offer all assistance possible in the investigation.
This case continues to be investigated as a kidnapping for ransom case. FBI, FBI. I see the FBI's name several locations. Why is nobody believing that? Oh, 70% are dumb, right? All of a sudden, 70% of the FBI are now dumb. Now that their theory doesn't fit the narrative, they're dumb. Wow. Well, I'm going to probably take the word of the FBI, not the retired cop on YouTube at this point, until I see some movement and activity and arrest made and some fucking evidence in a court document that I can sink my teeth into. Because I like to read court documents over here. And I'm bored because Idaho won't give me any good ones. Just blame it on them.
However, local authorities remain the lead. So what do we make of these conflicting reports? What do we make of that statement? Do they change anything about the investigation into Nancy's disappearance? I'm joined now by Cheryl McCollum, an active crime scene investigator in Metro Atlanta who's worked on high-profile cases from Tupac Shakur to the Zodiac Killer. She's also the author of Swans Don't Swim in a Sewer, my pirate ship buddy. Good to see you again, Cheryl.
Good to see you, too.
The FBI statement's interesting. They weren't very specific, were they, about which notes they were talking about?
They were non-committal, may, potentially.
Oh, now got the word analyst coming out now. They were non-committal, but that, Lord. Now we're going to read between the lines what the FBI was really saying.
That's non-committal.
What is it? Is it that they're not being honest? I mean, how after all this time do they not know whether the notes are legitimate or not and still investigating it?
I think all of us are pretty sure they're not legitimate. There's nothing about them that rings true. If this was about ransom, Jesse, they have just failed spectacularly. What I'm looking for now, write a letter that doesn't tell me you have a secret phone hidden somewhere in secret that contains a video of the main kidnapper. You're telling me you videoed the person? That means you were in the room with them? You were part of it?
Yeah,
it makes no sense. None of this makes any sense. I need them to write a letter to explain the blood on the front porch. Tell me how that blood got there.
Okay, so what's we don't know what the letters said, right? And did not say. We know what's been reported as to what they said. What Nancy was wearing that night. Who's going to know what Nancy was wearing? Her daughters might have a clue what's in that bedroom. The picture of Nancy's not going to show us anything. We looked at it. We don't see any evidence of pajamas in the picture from way back in the day. So we don't know. But I'm assuming the daughters may know, especially Annie, but she could have made it up. She would know what pajamas Mama has in that room. They would know what favorite slippers that Annie or Nancy would wear around the house, right? There's too much. And then the other thing is where the watch was placed on the floor. Or no, if there is anything about Nancy's medication in those notes, there are things you can guarantee we don't know about what the notes said. So how can they make an assumption based on the fact that it just got sent to TMZ? So whatever the letter says is bullshit. Except it didn't go to TMZ. The second letter never went to TMZ. The first letter did 12 hours after the first TV station got them and did not go public. TMZ received it. But TMZ did not receive the second I'm sorry letter. The one that Savannah responded to and told the world what happened to her mama. The one that everybody said poor Savannah fell for it, that video. I'm being an asshole now because that's the way I feel is what happened. It's crazy. This lady, calm down, Cheryl McCollum, because you don't understand what you're talking about at the moment when you start, because it's going to become real evident in a second.
Because I see 4 distinct patterns. Explain it to me.
So Cheryl, I guess I'll push back on that.
Thank you, Jesse. She sees 4 distinct patterns. Explain that to me. Tell me, yes, we want to know what happened at that front door. We all do. But is that what it takes for her to realize they're not playing whoever sent the letter? Is that that's what she needs to get there? Not what the room looked like, not what back doors. What if they were really propped open with flower fucking pots? What if all these things that we're hearing were true? What if there are a lot of things in that letter we don't know about yet? How are these people going to feel? It's okay to say, well, this is a possibility, right? This is a possibility, and I would think that maybe this would happen, or like suggest, but no, just shut up. That's stupid. It's false. It's fake. Are you crazy? You're an idiot for even thinking that it could be real. Jesus Christ! Like what? Obvious, and we all know something happened at the door. What we don't know is, did they injure Nancy because she put up a struggle and didn't want to go? Did she fight back? Did she get bumped accidentally? No, that looks like an injury to a lot of us, or especially a cough, aspiration, approximately 3 feet from the ground. We didn't need you to even tell us that, Cheryl. I never watched one analysis you did on these blood spatter patterns here. Not one. But I know what happened at that front door.
If you talk about some of the initial notes, weren't there aspects of those notes that only somebody who would have abducted Nancy would have known, whether it was the back porch light or the Apple Watch, I believe? And, look, one of the concerning aspects of Nancy being taken was not only the fact that she's 84 years old, but she was in need of her medication. There was concern that could she survive days from an abduction. They said, she died and it wasn't intentional. To me, there seemed aspects of it where this might be legitimate. Even Savannah Guthrie in her interview had said there was a thought that these notes might be legitimate. And by the way,
Savannah said there was more than a thought. She does believe wholeheartedly. She wouldn't have said that in that interview for the world to see if she didn't believe those letters were real. Are we serious? Or was that just her grief was talking? Yeah, her grief was talking. Poor thing.
What the FBI did make the point today, they're investigating this as a kidnapping for ransom. Doesn't it make those notes true?
No. If you are telling me they never mentioned that she couldn't walk, they didn't mention she wasn't wearing shoes, they didn't tell us anything that definitively told us they were with her for an extended period of time, or that they...
Didn't Savannah say her mother was taken barefoot in the night? How does Savannah know that, Miss Ma'am, if she didn't go in the room, see her slippers were still there, or maybe it was mentioned in one of the notes? I don't know. Huh. Critical thinking and all.
Were in her house. The Apple Watch, immediately they said that her phone and purse and keys and other items were left behind. They told people that she had disconnected from her pacemaker. Well, that's a short walk to figure that out. Again, tell me something that we didn't know before that only you would know. That has yet to happen.
Well, in Derek Callellas' criminal complaint, it lists the stuff that Nancy left behind. There's one thing we noticed that was missing on the list. Her cane. So I don't know if Nancy had her cane that night or not. If they let her grab it, they took her out of the bed, realizing quickly she needed it and was never going to make it out that fucking back door and around that house. Change of plan, front door. The fucking cameras out there. Well, you know what to do. Maybe those vines will work.
They have offered no ransom when she was first taken. It wasn't until after the family discovered her 12 hours later missing. And then when everybody was saying, well,
when the family discovered her 12, you make it sound like it was an intentional 12. It wasn't no 8-hour gap situation, ma'am. Damn it. She insinuated the 8-hour gap situation, y'all. Damn.
She hasn't been ransomed. Suddenly she's ransomed. Jesse, they gave you 2 dates. Who does that? If you don't pay us by Monday, it better be Thursday. Who tells you that? Nobody.
I wonder if they've ever looked at a map and see where Mexico leads. What happens once I get there and I don't want to stay there? What happens? Which way could I go and where would it take me? Anybody ever been curious about that besides me? Why would they ask for 2 different dates? Why would they use crypto? Why? Critical thinking goes a long way.
Ask for Bitcoin without knowing Savannah has a Bitcoin account.
Why? Because Savannah don't need a Bitcoin account in order for them to ask for Bitcoin. Please tell me y'all understand that. It don't matter. She had USA currency, US Come on. I don't care what currency she chooses to have in her whatever wallets and her diversified financial portfolio sitting in some fancy office in New York. How much Bitcoin you got, Savannah? They asked for Bitcoin for a reason. The same reason they can't find them who wrote the letters, it's the same reason they chose Bitcoin.
Who asked for $6 million, an odd amount? These are emails that are letter long.
Was it odd like John Bonet Ramsey odd ransom note demand? Or is it really that odd? Depends on what country they're planning to reside in with their 6 mil. You're not going to get my 4 mil in time. You need to get some diversity going on and get the Bitcoin bought. Okay, I'll give you till this date, but I'm going to up it to 6 mil. It made perfect sense to me. I could probably make 6 mil, 4 mil, 4 to 6 mil would go a long way, no matter what country I resided in, honestly. Think about it.
Emails. These aren't ransom notes to say, I've got your mama. I want $50,000. Don't contact the police.
Hello, Savannah. I have your mother. Oh, it came from a TV station. It's not real. Fuck.
That's a ransom note. There's been no proof of life. There's not been a legitimate ransom in 3 months.
Yeah, and it also goes back to the question.
Yeah, the questions. You're right. Because once that demand came, it wasn't paid. And the family didn't respond for 2 whole days and demanded proof of life. And in that 2-day span, Nancy Guthrie died. And it is the fault of the kidnappers because they're the ones that took her. But we're fucking not sugarcoating that shit. But why wait 2 days to respond publicly if you thought that was your only hope? Because my ass not blaming Savannah and her family, because you're probably going to go and take the advice of law enforcement. And since the FBI was handing any possibility of ransom notes, and everybody said, oh, I bet you the BAU helped them put together that statement, I think the FBI had a hand in all that, right? Why are we waiting 2 whole days to respond to the person writing that letter? If there was a chance they had Ms. Nancy, and we know she needs that medication. That's my biggest question right now in the case. And I can't let it fucking go.
If really was an accident, why don't you just say what happened to Nancy, give the location, although you do have to wonder if they actually provided the coordinates, let's say, of where Nancy's remains were, her body. There would be evidence there that might link back to them. Look, I guess the other question is, the FBI is also being strategic here in terms of what information they're sharing with the public and potentially the people that took Nancy Guthrie. I mean, there's a part of it where we can all criticize the investigation and the early stages of it, but do you think the FBI is doing something strategic here that maybe we're not thinking about?
I do. I think they are keeping this person in contact so that they can track them down and arrest them.
This person in contact. What person? The one sending the letter, 1 and 2, or the other guy sending TMZ letters about I saw stuff south of the border 5 days ago? Oh, by the way, she's with the 2 main kidnappers. Oh, by the way, now I got a video of one on a phone. Oh, I got coordinates too, silver platter and all. Lady, what are you talking about? Because that's separate than who wrote the first and second letters. I'm tired of seeing this across the board. And I'm tired of seeing the talking heads interviewing them, not correcting the record for everybody's benefit. Isn't that what we all want? Isn't that why we were all told to hate mainstream media? Because we're not getting the truth? So if there's anything to any of these letters, it turns out that there's some validity to these freaking letters. I don't know what to tell these people to redeem themselves. And it's not just Cheryl. Y'all saw that earlier. Look, we saw a whole ass video of what's his name.
For torturing this family, for again extorting them for money. There's no doubt that, they had the one account and they put a little money in it. The money was never collected. Now you've got this person saying, hey, I only want one Bitcoin. You want $60,000, even though $1 million.
Yeah, I don't know why the FBI tickled the wire, so to speak, with that little tiny bit of money, knowing damn good and well, wait a minute, they knew a legitimate kidnapper wasn't going to touch that little bit of money. 140 whatever fucking dollars, less than 200, and I'm asking for 4 million in Bitcoin. You think I'm gonna touch that shit? Nah. And good luck trying to catch me if I did anyway. I mean, what the fuck? I'm in a whole other country. My bank, when I decide to convert my Bitcoin to spendable currency, I'm probably going to get whatever currency of the country I'm now in. It doesn't even got to be US dollars. It's the beauty of Bitcoin. I can take it anywhere and trade it for any currency I need in the entire freaking country. World. I forgot. World. Cheryl done got me. Look, I was looking at her goofy face. Sorry, y'all. I'm being petty at this moment. Faith, you sent some flow state. Thank you. Speaking of the flow state, y'all, I'm going to have to mute out for a moment. I'm going to take a break, go grab a drink real quick, and run to the restroom. Well, actually, no. Let's let this play.
$1 million is on the table. It's bogus. It's not authentic. This is not a ransom note. I truly believe.
No, the Bitcoin is not a ransom note. South of the border guy, I know things. I'll give me a Bitcoin. I got to go into hiding. These people are going to fucking kill me. I'm talking and I got to go into hiding. That guy, Cheryl, he's not asking for the ransom. He's extorting the situation, ma'am. You do what for a living?
They're trying to draw this person out because he's been quiet for 2 months.
So all in all, when you're looking at this and this latest development and the confusion that is surrounding just another aspect of this case, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I assume you mean this investigation is botched. I mean, how botched do you think this investigation is?
This investigation is so botched. You have not seen Savannah and her family on the same podium as the FBI and the Pima County Sheriff. They should have been standing together, making statements from day one, and we haven't seen.
Can agree with that. I certainly can. But Savannah told us very early, well, not early, but in her interview, they didn't care for that sheriff down there in Tucson. After all, he didn't believe our mama was taken or hurt. He believed she walked away. He probably told them that blood is from her tripping as she was making her way out of her escaping her home situation. The walk away occurred, and then Nancy fell on her way to do the walk away, which just impounded the situation. And now Nancy walked away injured, not knowing what was happening. We'll find her soon, although there's no blood trail and she's not out here anywhere on her damn neighborhood laid out in the wash. She told us in the fucking interview with Hoda. They were done with the sheriff. Sheriff thought she was a walk away. Then right after that, the sheriff says in an interview, I don't even text with the family anymore. Now, why haven't we seen her with the FBI? Is she trying to separate herself because of her journalistic presence? I can see that. You don't want to cover it. You need to be unbiased. All the things. It's your mama, man. I get it. But are you cool with the FBI too? Or do you got the same issue with them that you got with Pima County? I wonder if she offered to pay that money right off the bat And they're like, no, we need to vet this. We need to do this. We need to make sure it's legitimate. We got to demand this. 2 days later, you demand proof of life for a frail elderly lady who we have been told needs that medicine right now. Everybody worried. So crazy.
That yet. They're not on the same page. It's really sad to see this.
What effect does this all have on?
I don't know, honestly, what the FBI is working, what they should be working is the whole damn case, right? Let's be honest. If anybody's going to work it, it should be maybe the state. I don't know about the Arizona State Police. I don't know how big of a role they take on in cases. You know, we Idaho State Police. In Florida, we got the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the FDLE, Indiana State Police. We hear all the state police involvement in a lot of the high profile cases that we look at, right? What about Arizona? They don't got the same setup. It's just like everybody lone wolfs it out there in Arizona. Do you know what I mean? What's going on? Nobody does seem to work together. But what the FBI is working is all that digital trail of those letters, if one exists. We've heard VPN, well, same server, two separate VPNs, because the VPN can literally put you anywhere it wants to. You know, you're in any country. You're not going to be showing up the country you're actually in when it shows you up, right? So they're hard to track, and the FBI has to get better at doing that. And that's when I saw Bernhardt actually offering some advice. I was like, okay, sister, so I got enough of this already, because that just shows you. But Cheryl's not the only one out there who cannot separate letter 1 and 2 from the rest of the damn letters. And that's a problem when they offer their analysis of the validity, right, of the first 2 letters, because they can't separate them, and that's not an honest and fair evaluation when you can't even realize they're completely separate, written by different people, in fact, right? And whoever wrote 1 and 2 appears to be the same person because of the knowledge that they have, right? But people say also, well, number 2 seems feminine. And it does, if you buried with nature, other things that were said in the letters that we have heard about since then. So if you take all that into account, you know, some people, maybe so. It wouldn't surprise me, because wow, I just got sidetracked. I looked down at my phone to make sure chat was pulled up, and I see 2 hours ago Court TV dropped a piece, and it's called, and the face right there in the middle, I can't, it was Maddie Soto. Missing Maddie Soto. What did her mom know? What are you doing, Vinny? If you don't got any news, what are you doing? Don't exploit that baby girl with her mama's crazy shit if you got nothing but the same old shit. That is not cool. All right, speaking of kids, y'all, these poor babies in this case. All right, I don't know, y'all, Maureen O'Connell went over there on Megyn Kelly and said, arrest investigations getting closer to porch guy, basically, and all that. And then we've heard quite the opposite from other people who have sources, and they all respect Maureen and each other, but sources say otherwise, and we've seen nothing. I don't know when they'll ever get to the bottom of this, how they'll get to the bottom of it, what's going to be the thing that breaks the case, right? A lot of people feel like it will be nothing. It's going to take somebody coming forward, right? At this point, cold case, if we don't get someone coming forward, we're never going to solve it. We've got all we can. We've developed all we can from this digital evidence, right? The cameras and all the things that they do have access to as far as that evidence goes. check something. All right, let me look here. Oh. I wonder. Ah, oh yeah, there's the Garagos too, talking about the Kallela thing I wanted to look at. Let's see. Let's look at that, and then we're gonna move to the next thing. Um, there was a lot of people keep saying, there was nothing out there, the different things, but I don't know why everybody forgets, that the Savannah Guthrie returns home to her hometown thing, where she's the Tucson's daughter of the desert, right? That whole thing, her mother's birthday episode, or birthday wishes that she would do on the show, Today's Show. Nancy Guthrie was out there and she was exposed. Um, so if you knew her from around town, you would probably recognize her, would be my guess, right? And I can't, because people want to know, well, why target this lady? Why go there? Why do any of these things? What if, I always said that, it doesn't have to be a stalker obsessed with Savannah, although it could be. Let's go all the way back to 1993. But anyway, what if somebody in Tucson's just sitting there at home one night watching the damn news, wishing they had some money, sees these stories popping off about Tucson's daughter over and over. We got Nancy Guthrie. Oh, that's that lady. They're all from here. Everything's here. All these things could be going through somebody's head. That could have been a green flag to somebody. We heard rumors about the FBI were going back to that restaurant where they filmed the show, right? Where the Mexican restaurant where Savannah and her sister and her mom were at for the NBC show. FBI went back there. Anything unusual? Can we get the employee list from back then? Well, why are we doing all that for, hopefully because you're investigating the case properly, right? At the same time, they're out there looking through Annie Guthrie's shit, right? They're searching her house on 2 different occasions, done took her car. Feels like they're kind of investigating everything at this point. But the biggest issue now is we still haven't caught these people to figure out if they're real. Whoever's writing I looked at the wolves. I looked down at Simi's comment from earlier, Lone Wolves going commando. We don't know who wrote them yet. It's a lot of speculation out there that I just can't get to. So some people have thoughts on Callellas still. So I'm going to review what Mark said, and then that's probably the end of Callella, unless some weird deal took place and we won't ever know the term. So I wonder what allegedly the terms are then. If they feel like Callella did know something, it's got to fit the narrative, right? So what would Callella have known, and what did taking the deal prevent? He's like, yeah, sure, I'll let it stay a secret about them if it helps me out. Or was that the situation? So that's benefiting him, but it's going to benefit the witnesses too, according to Chris McDonough, because they don't got to testify anymore. Okay, see, it's all weird and confusing if you're not following. Where does their conversation start? Right here. Okay. So Brian talks to Mark Garagos about this situation here.
I'm very proud of my dad. So,
You should be.
but I wanted to ask you a few things. First, I wanted to start with where you're at on these Nancy Guthrie ransom notes. Reuters had reported that they were all fake, which I knew was a bad report just because of my own sources. I know there are people within FBI who think they're fake, but there are also people who think that they're still legit. So, and they just don't know.
He said it was a bad report. Oh, Yikes.
And now the FBI has put out an official statement, which is interesting because they haven't put an official statement out about Nancy Guthrie in months, but they did today, saying that some have been deemed to be extortion attempts without legitimacy. Other ransom demands may potentially be legitimate and are still being investigated as such. What do you think is going on?
Well, I'm going to give you just a little bit of, I'll blow some smoke your way. You've been kind of on the forefront of this. You've really done some amazing reporting on this. And as you know, today when the Reuters report came out, I'm going to bet, we haven't talked about this, right? Full disclosure, you and I just are talking. Full disclosure, I knew exactly where that came from. That was, and I don't know if you know this, but I was told before it hit this morning that there was kind of a back and forth internally at the FBI because the people who had been very dismissive of this, which is one wing of the FBI, and I'm not going to name which wing, but you and I probably would know. They put that out. That was a planted story, which, as you have rightfully pointed out, as we tape this on Wednesday evening, they just hours ago released an official statement. They have not released an official statement in recent memory. The reason they did that is precisely because that Reuters story was absolutely false, and they were played by somebody with an axe to grind in the FBI. Clearly, the FBI, and I know this beyond any shadow of a doubt, they are taking several of these notes completely seriously and have followed up and expended great resources on it.
What do you think the intention would be of people in the FBI wanting the public to come to the conclusion that the notes are not real?
Because there was a ball dropping. A lot of people, and you reported on this also, a lot of people were blaming the sheriff that he missed opportunities. He did this, he did that, all of which may be true. But what also happened was there were elements, and I say this, and I want to be clear, there were some missteps, FBI missteps, that were glaring. And those glaring missteps, other elements, and I'm going to make sure everybody.
Yeah, Carrie, you're right. It's always the first person. That's a given. But how long you look at them, right? How long is that the only trail you follow? That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not naive, right? I've been doing this a long time, not just on YouTube. It's always, but does that always mean that the person that did it? And I always like to give my example. Do you got an old lady neighbor? Did you go over and help her last night around 6 p.m., do something right after dinner? And by morning when you woke up, she was no longer alive, but her Ring camera says you were the last person in her door. Now what? You better call one of them high-profile defense attorneys off of YouTube quick.
Understands this. Other parts of the FBI quickly realized that there were missteps and tried to course correct. And as usually happens in law enforcement and bureaucracies, people were kind of protecting their backside, and it was cover your ass, and it was that kind of game playing internally, which is why we saw today. It's rather unprecedented, Brian. I mean, think about the last time a report comes out and says that all of these reports about the ransom notes are basically bogus, and the FBI on a high profile, intensely covered case puts out something that says, wait, don't go so far here. That's not the case. It's not true. They were debunking it.
I didn't think they would put out an official comment. I mean,
what if they're trying to provoke that person, or to let that person know, no, we took you seriously, because they can't communicate back with this person. Because don't you think if it was Annie and Tom sending those 1 and 2, even with a VPN, it would show up on their device? Brian Koberger's showed up, he was using a VPN, showed that he wiped things. They can't tell you what it was, but we see the activity. We would see activity on the digital footprint of Annie and Tommaso. They can get down to the nitty gritty. If you don't believe me, go crack open an Idaho 4 document or two. You might learn a thing or two about the capabilities of certain agencies. I'm just saying.
Because they haven't when there's been other reports and anonymous sources in the past. The other thing I zeroed in on here in the comment in the official statement was this case continues to be investigated as a kidnapping for ransom case, which is something that, yes, I assumed and they referenced that early on, but like for them to say that now, why do they need to tell us that it's being investigated as a kidnapping for ransom case? Why wouldn't they just let us know that they're just investigating?
I think that I'll say I think just to couch it so it doesn't kind of reveal where I'm getting this from. But it's clear that what happened was there were people higher up in the food chain that were very disappointed, that's my word, in what was happening. They knew early on, or they realized, some of them, the people who were sharper, that this was a kidnapping for ransom. The problem was that the ones who initially responded it was kind of Keystone Cops along the lines of what the sheriff was getting accused of.
Huh. So the FBI kind of had the same issue that Nanos had with it over there with his little department. Keystone Cop style shit, even with the FBI. It's always been obvious to me the department was probably in a different of opinion on a couple of things, especially if you look at some of those BAU guys. You can see it. The profilers, profiling a criminal behavior and profiling based on a crime scene are very different things, right? And always, so I take everything with a grain of salt. But there's a lot of assumptions out there being made about a lot of things anymore that people don't know what, I don't know everything, and I like to learn about things, right? And I like to retain what I learn, especially in true crime, because it matters. Helps me understand each and every case. Because it's so easy to sit here and go, oh my God, this is crazy. It makes no sense. This is wild. They just spoke in weird language. Oh my God, they tripped up and got the date wrong. I could go down in the weeds and rabbit holes, and all that's boring to me after a minute. I don't know why. That's like boring. I want to hear the case shit. So what's going on over there? Like, we don't have time for this struggle bus, right? When a missing woman, why are they? Are we're going to spend a couple of days in dispute about the validity of some letters without allowing this woman to go ahead and pay and possibly losing her money? She may not care about her money, but by God, we should. Don't get yourself out of the equation, coppers, for one thing, right? It's 6 million compared to her. She's got 40, so I think she was cool with losing it either fucking way. I think she would have been cool. Does she regret it now? Does the FBI regret it? Was there a push and pull about the validity? How do we test the validity? Shouldn't you have demanded proof of life right off the bat if they didn't offer it? Not wait 2 days later if you couldn't correspond with them? We don't pay and we don't respond for 2 whole days. Let's just see what happens. What in the hell is happening with that?
And so today they made it unequivocal that.
Guys, I'm going to take the puppy out for a minute, and while let them talk, I'll join you in chat. And when I come back in, we'll start taking a look at that other horrific case we're just going to look at. And that there's an interesting aspect to it that I'm like side-eyed it, and that's the only reason why I picked that case up. But we'll get there, okay, in just a minute. Thank y'all for being here. I'll mute, and I'll see you in the chat while I walk the puppy. I'll be right back.
They're investigating as kidnapping for ransom. And the reason for that is they have some legitimate, what they think are credible leads that and they want the perpetrators and especially one of the Confederates or somebody who has information to know that they are serious about this and that they're taking it seriously.
How careful do they have to be with these statements when it comes to like a trial one day? Like, when as a criminal defense lawyer, could you go back and look at these statements if they said, oh, we don't think the notes are real, or we do think the notes are real? And then, you know what I mean? Could they play those against the FBI later?
Well, it's such a great point. Last trial I did, we had on an LA County coroner, and I put on evidence about the LA County coroner. I took LAPD information where they were slamming the LA County coroner, and the coroner was slamming him back. You know which case I'm talking about. That came into evidence because it directly went to one of the elements that was at issue. If you have a trial someday, they capture somebody and it's a kidnapping for ransom, or that is the prosecutorial theory. If they had not done this and cleaned it up today, you can bet that a defense lawyer would be arguing that every single day and on every single cross-examination.
So you think when they make these decisions about what to comment on, they're playing that out?
I don't think that it's too far-fetched that you've got somebody who's saying to themselves, why are you getting so far over your skis to say that that first Reuters story was so kind of unequivocal, was so just wrong that if they let that sit out there, it did jeopardize an investigation. And clearly, to your point, it was potentially jeopardizing to a prosecution.
The other reason I didn't think it was true, besides just the people that I talked to that have been around the case, is that NBC News has been reporting about the ransom notes as recently as a couple days ago, last week, with sources saying this was in the note, this wasn't in the note. And you know that they are running these things by Savannah, or someone in her circle. They're not going to not tell her what they're reporting and make sure it's true. And the fact that they wouldn't be doing that if she thought the notes were fake.
It's also such a good point. For those who don't, you can slam corporations, you can say whatever you want. She is a valued voice in that organization. They want her back, and they are trying desperately, and at least anybody that I know who's at NBC, and I know quite a few, I have friends there, that have said they've bent over backwards to try to accommodate her and be, somewhat sympathetic or empathetic. You're absolutely right. They're not going to be reporting stuff that is going to compromise her, that is going to put her, and when I say compromise, it's not even the word, it just put her in an uncomfortable situation in the sense that she's got to push back and say, why are you reporting this? This isn't true. If not getting her permission, they're at least getting her blessing or journalistic kind of eyes on it, because they don't want to go out there with one of their own and be reporting misinformation.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to talk to you about something. I remember you said this very early on, and then you brought it up again on News Nation, I think over the weekend. And I'm kind of like obsessed with it. Like this idea that someone with information or someone involved could get a lawyer and work a deal so that they could bring information forward and not fear like a serious prosecution, which to me, and when you said it the second time, it clicked with me. It seems like that could be one of the ways they could solve this case.
It's exactly right. And this is not, I'd like to say, it's some brilliant observation or insight that I've had. No, you hang around for 5 decades or so and you see kind of similar patterns. And one of the ways a tried and true law enforcement technique is to get some kind of cooperation from a Confederate. We always say in federal cases, first one in the door gets the best deal, so to speak. But if you have information, one of the jobs of a lawyer in the criminal justice system is to assess your client's culpability, exposure, and then to find a soft place to land. That's just the reality of it. Here you've got somebody who apparently has, at least if they're not a complete fraudster, has a financial motivation, but seems to also have some fear of exposure, and exposure of criminal prosecution or exposure from a Confederate that may want to come after them. There are ways to deal with that. You go, you do what's called a reverse proffer. You go meet with the U.S. attorney. You go meet with the DA. You go meet with the, a joint task force, and you say, look, I can provide you with A, B, C, and D. I can give you a location. I can give you names. I can give you some kind of in the case of this last note, I can give you a still shot. You might think this still shot is AI inspired, but, have at it. You've got the greatest forensic lab known to man. Take a look at it and tell me whether or not this is proof or close enough to proof. And if you've got, by the way, for the last note, some area where you've got all of this material either on an external drive or on some other kind of a device, I will let you know where that device is. But I want some kind of a deal, and that's the way to solve this case. A lot of people think that most cases or hard cases are solved by good detective work, and that's certainly true in many cases, but an awful lot of cases are solved by a Confederate or somebody who is the recipient of loose lips, which sinks ships.
So how does that work? I mean, you've done this before, I'm assuming, where
I have many times.
So let's just say this guy is out there who knows something, who's like maybe was a helper or something, wants to do the right thing, is scared. What do they show up to a lawyer? I mean, how does this all go down?
I've had this. I'll give you a couple of instances. One of the most common is they will send an inquiry to my website. And the inquiry is, I don't want to reveal, but here is how you contact me. And I'll say, just call the office at X time from a block phone. That way you don't have to worry about being traced. I will tell them, give me the information. And I may test them because, unfortunately, you have a lot of people who have some mental challenges. And for every legitimate person, there may be 10 or 20 or exponentially more who aren't legitimate. But if you get a sense.
Okay. So we get the gist of their conversation. I think a lot of us did. It was a good conversation, Rachel. That guy, y'all can find this interview over there on Enton's channel, the whole thing. If you got to think outside the box and inside the box with this case almost. Yes, I understand wanting to keep the last two people who saw her on the table. I get it. I do. But I haven't seen anything other than some, well, let's deep dive this and their life. Let's deep dive Savannah's life. At the same time, we deep dive Annie. Why has it got to be just Annie? I'm trying to understand why. I don't have to understand it, right? I don't have to think like that. I can still keep them on the table and still evaluate other things at the same time, because right now we know nothing. FBI or Pima County Sheriff's Department seem to know nothing other than a guy showed up at that front porch wearing some clothes that they've tried to identify and can't. Not even where the purchase was. Hell, we got some of Koberger's purchases. We got video of his ass leaving stores, entering stores, being denied entry to the Costco even. It was beautiful to watch, right? Phew, could have dodged a bullet at the Costco today if they let that dude in. He could have followed you home. We don't need none of that shit. We don't need the Idaho slasher following us home today. Do we, Rachel? Catch that son of a bitch. Get busy with your IGG. Crank it out, FBI. Because it wasn't Othram, people. Contrary to popular belief, Othram Labs out of Texas did not catch Brian Koberger. They just put the trail onto the family because somebody uploaded to the legal databases. And then when approached, the family's like, excuse me, you want me to do what? No. Not today. And they did not cooperate. Imagine that. They freaked out. They're like, fuck that. We didn't know. FBI says hold our beer. It's just a policy guideline. We'll tell you all about it in a court document in the Idaho 4 case. All right. So moving on. These poor kids. You never know what's going on out there in the world, do we? While we're sitting here complaining about the bullshit, any given time, somebody out there is being hurt, right? Whether it's a madman entering a house full of college kids and brutally murdering every single body in the house except for two people. Whether it's a masked man in the middle of the night taking some old lady into the darkness, hoping the javelinas aren't out to trip me up tonight as I wrap her in the tarp and run down the street. You never know when some shit's going down out there. And there's little kids that suffer all the time, and I hate to see their stories. What triggers these people to do this shit? How do they just think they deserve babies, right? Especially all of us parents feel it. We know it in our hearts when we hear these stories. So the story come up the other day, right? On the feed. 16 kids, and they show the house. And it's this little tiny house. I'm like, oh my God, I don't even want to know if I want to know what was going on in that house. So I watched it sitting outside with my coffee. And I kind of watched what this one particular local station there in Ohio was doing. That's where I was watching the reporting. I haven't seen anybody's. I did watch, Jesse Weber did have an attorney on. After seeing a couple of things from that local news station that I saw and not knowing anything else yet, not knowing how they ended up at the house, or the cops, what got them there that day, without knowing any of that, all I knew, 16 kids found in a house, horrific conditions, 4 people arrested. And then I heard this attorney on Jesse Weber, and I'm like, what the hell is this guy talking about? And there I went, right? Oh, I'm still not sure what he's talking about. So let's see if we can figure it out. I did not upload their photo, guys. I don't. They're bizarre looking. I totally forgot. It is on the thumbnail though. There's a picture. They're mug shots, I guess it is. Anyway, you have a Gary Siders Sr., 73 years old, was the grandfather of these 16 children. Christina Siders, 67, is the grandmother. Their son, Gary Siders Jr., 36, is the father of all 16 children. Their mother is Elizabeth Siders, age 33 years old. 33 years old with 16 children in 2026. Not unheard of way back in the day. All 16 of these poor children were found confined to one room in the basement of this tiny little house. They ranged in age from 1.5 all the way up to 18 years old. 1.5, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18. And guess what, y'all? The last 3 times that Elizabeth gave birth, she gave birth to sets of twins all 3 times. Back-to-back sets of twins, her last 3 pregnancies. What the fuck? The devastation and toll on that woman's body alone? What are you thinking? Thank you, Simi Sharp. Let me pin that, ma'am. Thank you. I don't know any details. We're going to watch some news pieces together. I don't know what was happening in this house yet. I don't know. I do know this so far. Am I conducting a little bit of back research? Elizabeth and Gary Jr. got married March 31st of 2008. Elizabeth, the mother, was 15 years old. He was 18 at the time. They crossed the state line into West Virginia to get married, because over there you could get married if you had a parent consent but not in their state, right? In Ohio or wherever the fuck they were at the time. And judge signed off on it and they got married. She was pregnant with baby number 1. That was my baby dinging me. He just got home from work. See, this lady with the babies in the basement. What the fuck are you doing? I'm going to have a hard time finding sympathy here, just like for that Jen Soto heifer. I'm going to have a real hard time. So I'm taking what your lawyer said with a grain of salt. And then what I saw on Plunders, I was like, whoa, what's happening here? At some point, people have to know what they're dealing with and putting up with is not right, and it's all wrong, and that door is right there. Ask the Turpin children, where one escaped. God bless her soul. That child had some fucking gumption, and she was determined to get out of that fucking hell house that night and save herself and every single one of her siblings. The Turpin children. Y'all Google it, YouTube it, look it up, and follow what happened to those kids after they were rescued from all of their abuse and how they were continued to be abused inside the system. It's pathetic. First baby was born May 30th of 2008, 2 months after they were married. She was 15 years old. Fast forward to today, 16 kids later, she's now 33. 3 sets of twins back to back. That's crazy to me. Yeah, these kids weren't enrolled in school. In Semi, they use the word feral to describe these children. A term you and I make fun of all the time. We're feral as shit, right? These poor children were described as feral. The animals were treated better. The conditions were deplorable. And I'll let the authorities describe it so I don't have to. Because I read a lot of bad things in Madeline Soto's documents. It's enough to do me in. So looking back at any kind of criminal record, right, there's got to be a trail of these people. My God, all these kids not in school, hid in the basement. No, nothing. I think the only thing they have found so far was the senior, Siders Sr. I think he had a DUI at some point. So the cops were there apparently because Gary Siders Jr., the father of the children, had a warrant being served on him and to search that home. Apparently he was, what was the offense? He's exposing himself or something outside to some people, the neighbors. Something had happened. There's a little more in the story we're going to look at. So we'll pull up the first, I think it's the first news piece that I saw on it, and then we'll get into a little bit more of it. I don't think that, from what I can gather now, from the little bit I saw over at Plunder, it appears the family hadn't seen her, Elizabeth, or these kids in like 15 years. So there's a lot of these kids they hadn't even ever seen, right? They didn't know anything about her life with this family, with her new husband and his mom and dad. I don't know, guys. Okay. Yeah, according to the or from from what I pulled up on the research that I was looking at, and the articles I was referring back to, they were married in 2008, March 31st of 2008. I think she was 15 at the time. He was 18. First baby was born 2 months after they got married. So I'm assuming they got married because she was pregnant and her parents probably signed off on it. Did they have any indication, what was to come? That they may lose touch with their daughter and never see her again and all the things. They probably had no clue it was going to go that way. We don't know. We weren't there, right? Back then, a lot of girls were getting pregnant at 15. I knew a bunch of them. I never did. Oh, I was 21 when I had my first baby. But I knew girls that were having babies. And I'm like, how the hell are they doing it at that age, right? So it blows me away. And I've got 4 kids. 2 were C-sections, all single births. But damn, the 16 kids at 33 years old. Holy shit. What was really happening inside that house? Was Siders Jr. abused as a child too by his mom and dad, and he just carried it all out onto his own children, and they're just like, okay, well, this is what we do. Fuck, I cannot with this shit. All right, so let's pull up this news piece and let them explain it. And then we're going to take a look at what her attorney said and look at that Facebook post and see if we're like, what in the world is being suggested here. All right. Let me get through my Nancy Guthrie videos I had lined up that we've reviewed. Okay. So this is I think the first thing that I saw. Let me pull this up. And I wasn't going to cover this, guys, because there's kids, right? I don't want to come and talk about all that stuff. It's heavy. We know it's not acceptable. We don't like it. We want to fight it. But then I heard that lawyer and I was like, wait, what are you doing? And then I had to go look at more and I was like, well, then I saw that damn post. I was like, oh God. Okay. I don't know what to make of it, none of this yet. So let me get this up here and show you the first thing this is what I saw.
And good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me here on WSAZ Plus this Tuesday evening. I apologize for the delay here for our headlines tonight. Normally we'd be on a little bit earlier, but I was working behind the scenes with our reporters and producers on our newscast tonight and going over some of our top stories and working to gather elements for our coverage of what may be our biggest headline here of the day after 4 people were taken into custody in a search warrant, or after a search warrant was executed at a home in Benton County, Ohio, and investigators say 16 children were found inside that home and were rescued. We are just getting brand new video back from the scene where this all happened, according to investigators, and you can still see them at the scene this evening. So we will share with you what we have been able to learn from all of those involved in this investigation, and what questions we are still working to get answered for you tonight. So as we learned from that news conference just this afternoon, 4 people in custody, and investigators say 16 children were rescued from this home in the Hamden area of Benton County today. The Ohio Attorney General, Andy Wilson, using the words pure evil and horrific to describe what they encountered when they went in this home. He said it was one of the worst scenes that he has ever been on. This home sits in the 100 block of Omer Street, and according to the investigators, 2 children had to be flown to trauma centers. And they did say the victims are being treated throughout Ohio, but said that
being treated throughout Ohio to trauma centers. I wonder what those ages were, if they were the littlest of the littles, right? Because you got 3 sets of twins, 1 set born in 22, 1 set born in 24, and she had a set born last year. My God.
some of those children are in very serious condition. And we're talking children ranging in age from 1 to 18. It was asked during this news conference, how are these children related to the people that were taken into custody? Are they related? Are all of them related? Investigators did not comment any more on that this evening, but went on to say that lives were in danger and that this had been the result of a long-term investigation. They didn't really share specifics of what they encountered in this home, nor how they were alerted to this. But there is a secondary investigation that is happening at the property tonight. And
so that secondary investigation they're talking about is what led them there to start with, right? The complaint that the father, all these kids did something outside to the neighbors, like exposed himself. There was, I forget the exact charges. I'll go into it in then another segment we're going to watch. So they go to serve that warrant. Yeah, and find all the kids, like Forrest was saying in the description, kept in a 12 by 12 room. It's crazy.
And we know that all 4 of those that were taken into custody are expected to be arraigned in the morning. That arraignment has been set for 10:30 in Benton County Common.
We have this arraignment. Oh my God. Ugh.
Police court. We will be there for that. But I can share with you some more about the agencies that are involved in this investigation. And when we received news that that press conference was happening today, that was our indication that this was something a little more serious in nature, because the Ohio Attorney General's office was involved in that presser, the Benton County Sheriff's Office, the prosecutor's office, as well as the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation, all among the agencies that are involved. As you could see still, as they are searching that home this evening, there's still crime scene tape up there around the place. So there are still questions that we are working to get answered. We are going to have reports from the scene.
That's a good question, Kelly. Do they have birth certificates, social security numbers? Were they home births? I would not be shocked if a lot of these kids weren't home births. With the people that, oh my God, with the other people assisting in those births, what the fuck is happening? I wouldn't be surprised at this point. And were they collecting any kind of money? SSI for any of these children, benefits like food stamps, whatever that they could, but then you got to report that those children exist. I bet some officially existed. I wonder how many don't, Kelly. That's a damn good question. Some of these kids may not officially even exist, y'all, if she had them at home, and nobody apparently ever knew they had these damn kids. Nobody.
For you tonight at 10 and 11. That is still very much our top story here on this Tuesday evening. Next tonight on WSAZ Plus, we have brand new information about a story that we first.
Okay, so that is what I saw when I first saw this case, right? So we'll get into a little bit more of what had happened, about what was going on there, what they were there for, and how they found the kids and the conditions. Now, I don't know what, we got the arraignment they went through. They're going to move through the process, right? What's this going to look like for them going forward? What kind of defense could you even have for that shit, right? And we don't want to hear coming with them mental health issues. My God, if you can't take care of your babies, there's a lot of help out there. You got 16 at this point. Please do not come with that alone, right? Somebody in the house had to have a little bit of sense about themselves. Everybody had the mental health issues now. Everybody involved. Like, what are we doing? The mom and the dad and the son, okay, maybe it was inherited, but the mom and dad, are they related? Or who did the son inherit it from, mom or dad? What about the wife? She inherited too. What the fuck? No. Don't come at me with they all have mental illness. Okay, so let's take a look at what's going on with the dad here as to what they were doing there to start with. Gary Siders Jr. Fuckface. Oh, sorry, I'm gonna get excited and say shit. All right, hold on.
Remain on what tipped off investigators to the discovery of 16 children living in deplorable conditions inside a Benton County home. Tonight, we're pushing for answers. Thanks for joining us tonight at 6 on the air and on the stream. I'm Yolanda Harris.
And I'm Jeff Hogan. Authorities made that discovery Tuesday after getting a search warrant for the home. They arrested 4 members of the Siders family. All are charged with 16 counts of endangering children.
All right, there you got it. Grandpa, far right. He's scary enough looking. Fuck. And then you got the dad, looking like a little fuck boy. And you got mom just looking shot the fuck out with crying. I don't know what's happening there, girl. What's going on with you, Elizabeth? And then you got Granny over here, Christina. The hell, House of Horrors?
Law enforcement was working on an unrelated investigation and did not expect to find those kids there.
Well, we have.
Could you imagine you're the police and you're rolling up to serve a warrant on some guy that did some shit out in the yard and neighbors and you find all of that and you are not even there to investigate that, right? It's one thing if you know you're going to investigate possible child abuse, neglect, and you prepare yourself a little on the way for what you might find when you get there. I would if I was a policeman, but because it helps. I like to self-prepare for things. It really helps. But God, you walk in and you find that instead. Whoa, you're taken aback, right? Oh, my God.
Live team coverage tonight. We're going to start with 10 TV's Carla Rogner.
And she is live in Vinton County right now. Carla, what are you learning tonight?
Yeah, well, investigators have been tight-lipped about what led them here in the first place, but we got court records that show there was a warrant filed for the arrest of Gary Siders Jr. on public indecency charges. It's dated the same day that the
public indecency. That's what the old guy was. He's outside exposing himself, the father of these 16 kids. What? It sounds like you really like to use that thing you got there between your legs, sir. He was knocking that girl up every time she turned around. What else? How many of these kids were female and how many were male? Does it matter, you sick son of a bitch?
children were found behind these walls.
Nobody knew. Well, we're so close in, I understand. But it's heartbreaking.
Out for a walk with her dog, Janet Wilbur couldn't help but walk past the Siders family home.
Oh, it's just heartbreaking. Them poor kids. It's awful.
She and other neighbors still grappling with how 16 children could have been living inside the home in conditions that the Attorney General has called pure evil.
But you don't know.
The Turpin kids were only let out in the middle of the night to clip the grass cuttings in the front yard. That's how they got outside and got air. The neighbors didn't know those kids existed either. Could you imagine realizing suddenly that one of your neighbors, even in rural America, oh, I got streets like that right here in my town, that there's 16 kids in that house and you never knew it? Not a sign of any, maybe one or two here and yonder, maybe, but what is going on? Who does that to kids? Not even letting them outside to play, run, jump, and be children.
You can't do anything.
So what put the Siders family on the radar of law enforcement? Records from the Vinton County Court show on June 29th, a request was filed for a warrant for Gary Siders Jr. The warrant was served the next day, June 30th. It lists 4 public indecency charges for incidents at the Omer Street home on May 23rd.
4 indecent I got to get my hands on these documents.
May 27th, May 29th, and May 31st. It's unclear if this is what led investigators to the House of Horror. So far, they've only revealed a parallel investigation was underway at the time of the discovery. But regardless of how it happened, neighbors are just glad the children are now free.
They come on an unrelated charge, unrelated incident, and then they stumbled upon the kids. I'm just glad they found them, because they said in 24 hours they could have been dead.
Yeah, we stopped by the Vinton County Sheriff's Office today to try to get a copy of those incident reports from the incidents with Gary Siders Jr. back in May. We're still waiting on those. In the meantime, the 4 Siders family members are all still in jail on a $300,000 bond. Reporting live in Vinton County, Carla Rogner, 10 TV News.
There's no telling what type of abuse. Why do you hide 16 kids? You don't unless you're abusing them. It's as simple as that. Whether it's neglect, which is bad enough, starts the abuse, all the way down to beating them, tying them up, sexually assault, all, you name it. You could abuse children in so many ways. They were hidden in a little room in this little old house. There's nothing wrong with a little old country house, but 16 kids in one tiny room. And from what I've heard about the conditions, it was god awful. God awful. Bugs on the children. One cop described it back when he was describing it. I'm like, dude, I don't know if anybody's gonna get what you're describing because they might not have been alive back then. All right, my sister has a heart of gold, and we could not let her watch these commercials on the TV back in the day. I'm talking the late 70s, early 80s, especially the early 80s that went heavy. They would show the Ethiopian children on the video, and it would go for an extended period of time, and they would just have little bugs flying all over them, and they look pathetic. And you're like, why are you showing this? Like, show what you're doing for them versus, oh, well, of course it would break her heart, and she'd be wanting to call and give all the money. We're like, dude, you don't got no money. Who are you calling? Right? It was like that. She wanted to go and get them, bring them home, give them a bath, and feed them. And we got it. We understood it because that's how we were raised, right? That's what you do. But when the cop described, that's what it reminded him of, is those videos that we used to see of the third world children standing there covered in bugs. I'm like, who the fuck is 2026? Why we got babies stuffed in a room with bugs crawling on them? Nobody going to school. Nobody can talk, read, or write. The Turpin children went through the same thing. They could somewhat read and write. They could somewhat do some things. They were self-taught a lot. And man, they learned a lot once they got out of that damn house. Fuck. All right. I don't know what drives people to a point where they do this. It's bad enough when you got a couple of kids involved, right? 1, 2 babies, 3, 16 of them. Nobody ever heard crying. What you feeding all these kids? Nothing. And they're all alive? Them babies even? 3 back-to-back sets of twins? All packed into one little room. I cannot even imagine. The psychological impact on those kids alone, right? The physical scars are going to be there, the mental scars. That psychological impact of just the imprisonment of that little confinement area with each other alone, that's a lot to have to take in for children. And then add on any other kind of abuse they may have been receiving. We don't know that they have. Let me make that clear. Nothing's come out that they've been abused like that in any kind of way yet that have heard, that I have heard anyway. Now let's see. This is, I think that's the arraignment. Y'all, let's listen to the press conference first, okay? Okay, so what I do have, and y'all can let me know in chat how y'all want to proceed to. This is not just me up here. It's all of us along for the ride, and we don't want to get crazy. But I want to hear details in some aspects. I can know how hard I need to figure out prosecution type stuff. We have the press conference. We're going to listen to that. We have the arraignment. There's also, and I wanted to kind of watch the arraignment to get the gist of these people, but there's another interview also. It's only like 6 minutes long, and it is of one of the first responders describing the situation. So we're going to take a look at those 3 things coming up. Then I wanted to play, after we look at that stuff and review, then I wanted to share with you guys a little bit more of what that attorney had to say. Where is let me make sure I got something here. Hold on. Is it? Maybe it wasn't Weber where I saw that. Hang on. Or maybe I did see one with him too. Okay. Well, what? Okay. So I got this, and I guess it wasn't Weber where I saw it. I don't know. All right. Let me go back to my main thing here. All right. Let's see. Yeah, Forrest has watched some stuff about the case as well, guys. So I invited him to drop some knowledge on us in the chat. Facts that I haven't talked about or things I don't know yet about the case. That, and Forrest is not going to drop information that he knows to discern between the willy nilly and what's out there as well. So if Forrest is telling you things there, he like this stuff like this, the size of the room. These children are nonverbal. They can't even spell their own names. They have a long road ahead of them, and it's such a disadvantage. And he is so right. Forrest does have some of the details on the case as well, guys. So I appreciate him being willing to drop that into the chat for us as we move along. See, it takes a village, guys. It really does. My team is great. And we're all friends, right? But I can't do this without them helping out along the way. And you guys know how much they do for us in the chat. All right, let's see. Back down here. All right, so this was the press conference. And I don't know if I should, it's like 25 minutes long. Uh, I don't know if I should bump it up because this guy talks kind of fast, and I don't want everybody to miss what is being said because the damn thing is speeding by. It's Friday night. It's just 10 p.m. my time. If you guys can chill and hang out, thank you for being here. If you can catch us on the replay, if you need to go, we understand. But I want to get this press conference in as well. And look, I have bad hearing, so if I speed things up, the words will sometimes go together and I won't have a clue what they said. So it's pointless for me. I can't evaluate something fairly if I'm not paying attention because I'm in a hurry to get through it. So thank y'all for bearing with me. Um, yuck, 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 yuck. Yeah, Carrie, it is that bad. It's so bad for these kids. All right. Butterfly, thank you for chilling. We hope you're relaxing tonight. You know what I mean? You know what we need. You spend a minute for you. You've had going back to work, getting everything done, getting back into that flow, right? So I hope your flow is getting there and relax and just chill and join us. Thank you. This is a crazy thing to say chill to. I get it. So that's probably not the right thing, but thank you for being here. And y'all, if you, like the trigger warning there, step off if you need to. We do understand and we'll save your seat. These cases get crazy, especially if you relate to the topics and you're just like, nah, I'm good. We understand that, right? So thank y'all for being here. All right, let's get this up here so we can share the press conference. And again, this took place in Ohio. They did live in other locations as well, as Forrest was pointing out in the chat earlier about them moving. Apparently, the places they had lived, no one knew they had these kids, right? It wasn't just a Ohio thing, right? Mm. Simi. Simi did write a song, though. Damn it. Sammy, I got to get that together. Finish it so I can upload it and we just have it back here, right? I need to keep it. I don't think I have it loaded any because I was going to do that other one. Let me look. Did I? Okay, I got to get my feral friends song for us because I was complaining one night being petty because Trisha, that old bat in the hat's got her one of them cool AI songs. I was like, I need me one of those cool AI songs. Simi, my feral friend, was like, hold my beer. I got you. So thank you, Simi. All right, we're going to let the press conference play. I'm going to run to the restroom while it starts. I'll be right back.
I'm the Communications Director for the Ohio Attorney General's Office. We will hear this afternoon from Vinton County Prosecutor William Archer, Vinton County Sheriff Ryan Kane, and then Ohio Attorney General Andy Wilson. At the conclusion of the prepared remarks, we will take a brief question and answer session. Thank you.
Good afternoon. At 10:30 today, the 4 defendants were arraigned on 16 counts of second-degree felony child endangering. They were assessed a $300,000 cash or surety bond per defendant. They were ordered to have no contact with each other as co-defendants. They were ordered to have no contact with the victims. We believe, will be requesting court-appointed counsel and will anticipate getting ready for the next stage, which at this point would be a preliminary hearing if they request that, or if they don't waive it, and that'll be with their counsel. Right now, the abuse, neglect, dependency complaints that have been filed are being heard by the Vinton County Juvenile and Probate Court. The initial hearing occurring now, we are asking for temporary custody to Job and Family Services. The children are safe. They have been placed. We have some other issues we're still dealing with for their safety, but they are currently in a good situation and are being protected. The last thing I want to mention very quickly, particularly for our local community folks, is this is an intra-family situation. This is not human trafficking. There is nothing to put our other children at risk. This is clearly involved a multi-generational family in a very limited situation. We know the early reports came out that some of this might be going on, but we want to assure the public that their children in Vinton County are safe and they do not have to worry about these defendants. I will now turn it over to Attorney General Andy Wilson.
Sure. Sorry about that. I just wanted to touch on what the prosecutor had said. Yesterday, I know everybody's got a lot of questions. The nature of the crimes, we have a lot of hurdles that are real sensitive that we want to get you guys information as quick as we can, but the age range of the kids, there's a lot of specific hurdles involved in this crime. We will get you that information as soon as we can. We just want to let you know that, also to touch back on that the community is safe. They're just as safe as the day before you learned that this had happened. And we're still working on it, and we're going to do the best we can to make sure you guys are informed. So thank you.
Okay, I'm Andy Wilson, Ohio's Attorney General. I want to open up by saying, like I did yesterday, like I do every time I talk about a criminal case that's just been charged, that under our American criminal justice system, everybody who is charged is cloaked in the presumption of innocent, and they remain innocent unless and until they are taken into court and proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That being said, I'm coming to this press conference directly from the Sheriff's Office, where I had the opportunity again to sit down with Sheriff's Office detectives and with some of our BCI agents. And I was briefed, updated on the status of the investigation and the case. And I actually had the opportunity today to look at some of the evidence of the case. I was out at the scene with our agents and the detectives yesterday, so I saw the location, I saw the condition that it was in. Some of the evidence, yesterday when I saw the location, the kids were already gone. They were being treated at the hospital. The evidence I got to see today was some evidence where the initial discovery of the children was captured or documented. And again, I've done these types of cases for a long time, and I've been in incredibly poverty-stricken areas in the inner city. I've been in poverty-stricken areas in rural Ohio, and I've just never seen anything like I saw today with respect to those kids. As we sat and we talked about, as the team kind of talked about it, it really looked third world. It's the type of thing that we're not used to seeing here in America, where our children are really our most precious resource, and we have an obligation as parents, guardians, and custodians to love our kids, to care for our kids, to ensure that they are safe, that they are well fed, that they have a safe conditions to live in. That's what we expect here in America. And again, what I saw today in the evidence, what I've seen up to this point in this case is just almost beyond comprehension that this stuff can happen in our country, and that it can happen in a house at the hands of people who are in charge of taking care of kids. In looking at the evidence, I can tell you without hesitation that a lot of credit has to go to local law enforcement, to Ohio BCI. I have the superintendent of BCI, Bruce Pijanowski, with me here today, and I have the on-scene supervisor, Jim Mulford, who really, it was his team that put this case together and worked with local sheriff's deputies and sheriff's detectives in putting this investigation together. And they took it to the prosecutor's office to get the warrant, or at least have the warrant approved. And the reason I say that is because, again, a lot of credit goes to the men and women of this investigative team, because I'm telling you, in what I've seen up to this point, I think if they would have waited another 24 hours, there was a very high probability that we'd be dealing with a death or multiple deaths of these children. And I'm not going to go specifically into the medical conditions of the kids, other to say that is, since the discovery of this situation, as you heard the prosecutor say yesterday, our number one concern has been the physical well-being of those children. All of the children were examined and treated. Several of the children, I believe 7 of them, were taken to Columbus hospitals. And as I told you yesterday, I think at least 2 of them were care flighted. Those children, again, continue. We continue to treat and make sure that they are okay. Their physical well-being is our number one concern, but we also have to be concerned with their mental and emotional well-being as well. And I can tell you, on behalf of the investigative team, on behalf of the prosecutor, the sheriff's office, that is the number one priority, is make sure that these kids are taken care of physically, mentally, and emotionally. And part of that, as you heard the prosecutor say, is making sure that they are placed, that custody of these children is removed from the people who did this to them, and that these kids are placed in safe, loving environments where, again, it's going to take a lot of work to address the emotional harm and some of the issues that are going to result from this. But we need to make sure that those kids are surrounded and loved and supported by people who truly care for them. And we talked to the investigative team this morning, and it appears from the evidence in this case that these kids have been in a position where people they should have been able to trust to take care of them have failed them. Not only failed them, but harmed them. And it's now up to us to stand up for those kids. And you saw that yesterday from the detectives, the agents who went in and removed the kids from this physical location. But now it's on the system. And working with Prosecutor Archer and talking with him through the case, he understands fully that one of the best ways that you can help these kids, one of the best ways that you can address their long-term emotional and mental needs is by holding accountable the people who harm them, and talking to him about.
Yeah, hold them accountable. And I'm starting to have serious questions. First one being, is Sider Jr. the only father of these 16 children? I seriously question that now.
The evidence and talking to him about his plan for the case, I am confident that he is dedicated to seeing that justice is done for these kids, and that the community, again, remains safe for everybody. We have offered the help of the Ohio Attorney General's office any way we can. We have our Special Prosecutions Division.
They went straight to the prosecutor because they know they're going to throw the book at these people. They damn well better. No slaps on the wrist here. No, go get some help. You can get your babies back eventually. Bullshit going down here. We're talking, we better go to prison all the way to prison. And no missteps. Go get the prosecutor right off the bat. So we get all that. I hope they find good homes for these kids eventually, because they're going to need the finest homes America's got right now. They don't need to be stuck into a system that will forget about them and neglect them and stick them with more abusers, like in the Turpin situation. Documented and proven in court. Arrests were made, foster parents jailed for abuse of children they were in charge of, that were there because they had been abused. Kept prisoner in a home. Same situation. We're going to need some DNA tests, semi-sharp. We certainly are. And I'm pretty sure there's a smart prosecutor who has already thought the same fucking question. You can't unthink it. Not saying it's true. We don't know. It's a damn good possibility.
And I have Jimmy Lowe, who's the Deputy Attorney General for Law Enforcement. He's been down with us all morning.
Rachel, the kind of care they're going to require, right? The level of specialized care to take care of the medical needs alone they may have as a result of all of this neglect and God knows what other kind of damage was done to their little bodies. The neglect from the not eating, right? The malnutrition and not having dehydration and malnutrition is enough to send a child into a tailspin, and we all know that. Then you couple the psychological effects of being confined. Then you add on no schooling. Don't know how to form a word. Nobody ever played ABC song with them. I wonder if the older kids, right, the older ones were able, because in the Turpin situation, the older kids were trying to help the younger kids learn, right, because they weren't getting it any other way. So I wonder how much of that, how much do they even know to nurture and take care of, right? If all you know is neglect all your life, a lot of the kids don't even realize what's happening to them is abnormal, y'all, until they're shown that it's not. Think about that. Little kids who are victims of abuse, especially those who are abused from a very young age before they ever enter school, right? Whether it's physical or SA, it's, you know what y'all know where I'm going with that. I don't like talking about it, but I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Yeah, they're probably sickos, Kelly. We know they're sick, obviously. We're gonna give them a free pass on that, but how sick is the sick, right? How far did the sickness fucking go? God. The 18-year-old couldn't even spell their own name, apparently. Probably never saw the first day of school. Or maybe saw a couple of days, you know what I mean? How old were these kids when the world stopped knowing they existed? How many babies deep was she before they started hiding these babies out? We don't even know. Did it start right away? What is wrong with this mother of these children, Elizabeth Siders? What had you so fucking sideways you couldn't realize what was happening to you? Are you the culprit? Were you the one that got the rest of the family to help you abuse your babies? What's actually happening here?
We've offered up prosecutors from our Special Prosecution Division to assist, and I believe we're gonna partner in helping with that case. But our role is one of support and leveraging our resources.
Carrie, according to the judge in the court documents, Elizabeth Siders, 33, is the mother to every single one of those kids. And haven't heard anything other than the Siders Jr. is the father to all of them. But I'm picking up what you're putting down. We don't know.
I want to thank.
Ew, I mean, I doubt it, because if Siders Jr. is their only child, or he might not be their only kid, but he's the only one living with them, Him and his wife and their 16 kids. Who the hell knows? What if, oh, gross. What I'm talking about, y'all, is, family relations. I don't know if YouTube they don't like certain terms. We have to, y'all get what I was saying? Yeah. That term.
Thank Governor Mike DeWine. I talked to Governor DeWine a couple times yesterday. I talked to Kara Winty, who is the director of the Department of Children and Youth, ensuring that the needs of these kids, the placement of these kids, because as you can imagine, placing 16 kids in a county of this size taxes the resources. I have assurances from the governor and from the Department of Children and Youth, the governor's staff, that they will provide whatever we need, whatever resources we need to support these kids and help protect these kids. The other thing I want to say is this, as the prosecutor said, this is isolated to an intrafamilial event. The citizens of this community don't have to worry about their kids being part of this or somebody out there in addition to this that may be doing harm to their...
Okay. With the Turpin kids a few years back, and now this, how many more fucking sets of kids we got hiding in houses right now, being hid in homes right now? How many more? J.C. Dugard was one of those kids. Went missing when she was just a little girl. Discovered many, many years later, a grown woman with children of her own. Held captive all that time. Her captor fathered her children. J.C. Dugard. Google it.
To their kids. But if anybody out there has information about this family and about these kids, if they call the Ohio Attorney General's office, and we'll have that number.
Carrie, we don't know about any hospitals, or Kelly, I'm sorry. Look, Carrie has a question also. No, we don't know about any of the births being recorded, at hospitals or whatnot. We were asking that question earlier. How many of these were actually hospital births? How many were home births that no one knew took place, right? How fucking many of these 16 babies in her last 3 births were all sets of twins? Y'all, that's 3 births and 6 babies at the end. How did her body even do that at that point? That is wild to me. She had 3 sets of twins back to back. Holy cow. Hey, Sophia Petrillo. I love that. I fucking love Sophia Petrillo. Let's go to Sicily. Let's go back in time.
Number here available after this press conference. They call the Ohio Attorney General's office to our tip line. We certainly will get that to BCI, and we will want to talk to you as the investigation moves forward. So with that, I certainly appreciate the good work of everybody involved in this case. And Steve, I think at this point I'm going to just turn it over to a few questions.
Attorney General Wilson, I'll start real quick because I think it would be helpful for others to know. You said yesterday that this family had been traveling and has been here for I don't know how long a period of time. Can you talk about how long they've been in Benton County, and then can you share any information about where they have been prior to perhaps help other families in other parts of the country that may see this and wonder, wait, the Siders were living here and I'm worried about what might happen in my hometown. What
sure.
Here, where do they come from?
Sure. We know that they have ties to Gallia County. There was some talk that they may have been down in Pike County. There was some talk that possibly they're in Jackson County. There's some talk that they were up in Wisconsin for a little bit. And it appears that they've been back here in Benton County for about 4 years.
So they've been back in this area for 4 years. Like Forrest was saying earlier in the chat, they moved around a lot, right? And they kept these kids concealed each and every time they moved, apparently. Now, there may be people who come out in these locations they did live at. You can believe there's reporters reaching out to those people in those locations trying to get a story. Hey, go all boots on the ground. We're here for it. Did people know they had children in the past in other locations? Did people start to get a sense of, hey, something's not right, and that's when they tucked tail and ran with all the babies? What's going on here? Why are you moving around so much? He moved. Did Junior? Did Daddy Siders Jr. move around for work? What are we doing? Why are we moving around a lot with all these children? I get families that have to for necessity, and this, that, and the other comes up, but what is going on? Go back in time now and find the people who may have known them in the past and can talk about some of this family dynamics we got going on over here. Where's that Dr. Gary Bricardo when you need him? We got some real bizarre family dynamics happening, and we need a fucking expert opinion on this.
I'm not going to answer that because it's an ongoing investigation.
Sophia Petrillo, we were talking about that a little while ago, about the possibility of the grandfather being the father to some of those children. And then somebody asked, well, what about grandma? But you bring up a great point. Are they claiming Elizabeth gave birth to all 16 kids? I have a horrible feeling some of the female children gave birth as well. You're probably right. Considering what we know at this point, we can't rule that out, can we? 3 sets of twins. I'm already telling y'all, I am floored by this number of children. I had doorsteps, I call them. 3 back to back. The third one about did me in. They said, no more, honey. You brakes on. You do this again anytime soon, it's going to be you or the baby. 15 years later, I did it again. I was like, oops, I hope. Luckily, it all worked out. But if I knew if I had had another baby that quick with my body, right? My body wasn't having it, y'all. Now, with that said, there are a lot of women out there that have a dozen kids, no problem. But she's got 16 kids starting at the age of 15, and she's now 33. I got all the years of all these from the court document, their initials and their birthdays, allegedly, that we know now. And 3 sets of twins born back to back. Great question, Sophia. Are they all hers, y'all? We were already asking for DNA tests. My God, shit. We're going to need a double shot of that whiskey now, y'all. We need a double shot. Fuck, pop another gummy.
You said the conditions were third world like. Can you describe some of the conditions?
Whew. It's almost indescribable. The sheriff was on the scene as well. I probably ought to have him come up, but boy,
There was seen livestock with.
Yeah.
Mostly kept better.
Okay, you got to come up. Yeah.
As I was saying, most of our livestock was kept in better conditions than the children. It was
the livestock in better conditions. My fucking God. And you know what else? If the children were having the children too, you know damn well none of those births took place at a hospital and were recorded. Not a damn one of them. Those children had to suffer at the house. Ugh. I would not be shocked if that does come out, y'all.
extremely high presence, I'm sure, of bacterial and human feces. It was just a disgusting scene. It's all I can say.
Right, Carrie, that's my point. I knew Carrie has some kids too. She's got 5. I had people in my family that had 6, 7, 8 kids. My mama had 4. I had 4. My sister has 5. One has 2. Brother has a couple. It varies. But normal for my family was 4 kids was the average. Some of the aunts and uncles had 2 to 3 kids, but most people had 4 or more. So large families exist, and there's nothing wrong with them as long as it's done properly and everybody's healthy, right? Everybody's got to be good. This is not a good situation. And I'm sorry, 16 children from the age of 15 to 33 and 3 sets of twins back to back would have absolutely devastated this girl's body.
So it was disgusting even where the kids weren't. I would think it's typical. Most law enforcement have experience with homes in a similar fashion. A large number of people, though, the children were kept in a roughly 12 by 12 area, it seems like.
So even the areas that the room that the kids were not, they were in this one 12 by 12, the rest of the house was just as bad, but it was worse where the kids were. But he says that's typical when they go into these homes. The rest of the house, it'd be fucking so much worse if they go in, there's an immaculate home, and then find that. I would turn around. I would have a hard time as a cop walking out of that house without throat punching somebody. I'd have caught a charge and I'd have lost my job.
Like is where they've spent the most of the last 4 years, and that's what it looks like. In a weird way, you're hit with two emotions. There is joy when we realize that we're about to change 16 lives for the better, but you're also it's hard.
Were there any signs of sexual abuse towards the children, and did they ever go?
That's still part of the ongoing investigation.
Yeah, yeah. So I'll answer. That's part of the ongoing investigation. We can't answer that. I will tell you this. There isn't much evidence that kids live there.
Not much evidence kids live there. Although we got a set of twins born in 2022, 2025, and 2024. 2022, 24, and 25. That's 6 kids right there. All very young. 2020 at a birth, 2019, 2017, 16. There's hardly any sign of kids there. What are these babies eating? They get a piece of bread a day if they're lucky. What's going on? What the fuck? It makes me want to just, oh my God. Y'all know. Y'all want to do it too. I know.
We've talked to some of the neighbors. We've talked to some of the people from the neighborhood. These people have been here for about...
I haven't heard, Sophia, that they were chained and handcuffed like the Turpin children. They didn't say that in the press conference for us. Have you heard that? Okay, he answered. Okay. Just locked into the room. Yeah. I haven't heard anything about that yet either, Sophia. So we don't know for sure.
About 4 years. And we've talked to some people who live in the neighborhood who said, I had no idea that kids were even there.
Because the Turpin children were literally, there's video out there of the chains that were chained to the beds. Some of these kids were found chained to the beds when the cops came in. Because when Jordan finally got away, called the police and they met her and they go back to the house and go in, they found exactly what she'd said they were going to find.
And talking about, somebody asked about, to describe the conditions, adding on to what the sheriff said. I didn't actually go into the room where the kids were. I just looked through the door. That was yesterday. I can still smell it. I can't get the smell. I cannot get the smell off of me or away from me right now. And we were just talking about that a little while ago. Mm-hmm. And then we were talking as a group about some of the evidence we looked at today where they actually discovered the kids and found the kids. And it's not that different than those old commercials you see of like kids in Africa, like just where they were covered in bugs and squatting and had that like distant look in their eyes.
And that's what I was telling you guys earlier. He was describing that my sister would be like heartbroken over those commercials. And they were incredibly long and sad. That's what he's describing. I was like, oh boy, they look like that. Because if you know what that looks like. And it's horrible.
It's terrible. I mean, it is absolutely terrible. And again, we got to make sure the kids are safe. We got to make sure they're placed in good, solid therapeutic placements. And we have to hold accountable the people who were willing to do this to their own family.
You know, that's a prosecutor, but some of those cops have to have real restraint, right? In times like this, you walk into that house and you find that it's got to be so hard to have that restraint. That's probably why I didn't become a cop. I don't have it.
No.
Are there any warning signs that investigators are now looking at, considering that this was happening in our community for such a long time and went unnoticed? What is being done about that?
Exactly, Forrest.
Yeah, well, obviously, we'll look at you look at every single case and look at lessons you can learn or how you can do it better so conditions don't repeat themselves. So we're certainly looking at that. Again, the evidence shows that these folks were pretty good at hiding these kids. And I think you're going to see that part of the reason they were hiding these kids is they knew that these kids were neglected. They knew that if anybody actually knew what was going on, these kids probably would have been removed and they would have lost the kids. So they were pretty adept at keeping these kids out of sight and out of the eyes, out of investigators' eyes. But we have an obligation, and again, that's one of the things I talked to.
I really hope there was no. I haven't heard this, and I think we would have, but I'm hoping there was no sort of equipment found in that home. Child pornography comes from somewhere, y'all. It's very fucking real. Where does it come from? Who produces it? What kind of people, sick bastards, would do that? Stefan Stearns loved it. He had so much of it on his fucking devices. He had 35,000 images of children on a fucking PC tower they got out of Daddy's storage unit. They say it belonged to Stefan. 35,000 images, and they told Stefan's daddy, we could never identify and find all of these children that your son was looking at, sir. Never. Where are those babies, and who the fuck's doing that to them? People like this, who stuff them in little rooms and go grab out one at a time as needed?
Kara Winty about yesterday at Department of Children and Youth, we always have an obligation to go back and look at these situations and look at areas where we can make improvements. And having worked with Governor DeWine for a long time, I know that's exactly.
All right, that's about enough of the talking heads talking about what they can do in the future to prevent this kind of stuff from happening, because I don't know that y'all can do it when they're hiding them out in a tiny little bedroom, acting like everything's normal. Hiding them out for a reason. Oh, we forgot to feed the kids today and give them a bath. We better not let nobody see them for decades. 18 years. What in the hell? All right. Now, I don't know what's up with Miss Elizabeth here. The mother. Has she laid claim to all the children? Has she said, yes, they're all mine? I gave birth to all of those kids. Yes, he's the father. Has she said that for sure? Don't know. Now, let me see if I can pull up Plunder's post. We're going to read it, and then we're going to listen to what her attorney said, Elizabeth Sider's attorney. Because it was when I heard that's when it sent me like looking, and then I knew, I'm like, let me go see what Paula's got. She's in Ohio. What's the scoop, my friend? Hang on, what is wrong with the algorithm, and why is this the first thing I see? Oh, good God almighty. Hang on. Stand by, I'm reviewing something, y'all. I only go to Facebook when I need to investigate stuff. Uh, wow. What? Hold on, y'all. Mm, okay, that's going to take further evaluation. One second. That's not what I want. Oh my God. Oh, here we go. Got it. All right, 1 minute, y'all. Okay. People really shouldn't be out there doxing people for no reason without proof. I'm just saying, I don't know what kind of world we live in anymore, or why they feel the need to do all that. Oh, good Lord, some lady, 38, is wanted for murder in Walton County after human remains were found buried behind a Freeport home last week. That's just down the road. Lord, I don't even pay attention to my own shit around me. Like, there's weirdos out there I don't want to go. All right, Plunder, we came to see you. See, you go into Facebook and the rabbit hole. Oh, is this a document? What has she got? Okay. Let me pull her up. We'll just kind of go through her posts, guys, and we'll see what's there. I haven't really even went through everything she's took a look at or whatever she's got over here. This is Plunder Studios on Facebook. She can also be found on the Twitters, actually, yes, and on YouTube. Paula Mooney, I think, on X, and Plunder on YouTube, and Plunder Studios, I believe, on Facebook there. Okay. Plunder. She likes to plunder. And we like that she likes to plunder. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, that Kate Gosselin chick. So all them kids, she flaunted her abuse right there in front of the whole world. I was alive for all that, unfortunately. Okay. It says Elizabeth Sider's pregnant. Is that why there were 17 counts? That's what people are wondering online. However, the amended complaint shows 16. Oh, Lord, the rabbit holes don't ever stop, do they, in some of these cases? Okay, this is her. So I guess she's got all their indictment or criminal complaints there. I'll go get those. I can't read them, they're too small. All right, there's Elizabeth there in her orange. All right, Gary Siders Jr. has a pretrial hearing on July 9th. What? Get out of here with that date, dude. You don't get to rob our date. Get on out of here. We got enough shit in criminal cases that happens on the July 9th and the June 9th and the different days. One more, Forrest. Look at that. All right. So Gary Siders has it's a party. It's a pretrial party also for a hearing on Thursday, July 9th for public indecency charges. So that's the reason the cops were there to begin with, right? Remember, they were going to serve a warrant on the house, and that's when they discovered all the children. Yeah, Kate's son's writing a tell-all book. That I already know. I mean, I was alive when that shit was happening in real time. I am so not. I don't even care. I knew the lady was weird from day one, right? The rest of the world finally caught up. Phew. Kind of like Mackenzie Shirlow and her weird ass phone calls. All right. So he's got pretrial Thursday, July 9th for his public indecency charges. According to court records, we can expect to see one of the House of Horror Siders family members in court next week if this pretrial hearing stands. Okay, so it's him on the 9th at 10:45. Do we get pretrial hearings out of Ohio? The criminal complaint, see the attached photos from 10 TV in Benton County. Charges for Siders, 4 counts of public indecency, with the incidents happening May 23rd, May 27th, 29th, and May 31st. Oh, he's just out there going rogue all week long with his, is he showing his junk? He can't be just flipping people off, right? I mean, he's got to be doing. Oh, what are you doing out there, Gary? We're glad you did whatever it was, because it got the eyes upon your fucking house of horrors. Is it that investigation that had it going for about what? Is that the investigation that had been going on for about 1 month or to 6 weeks, which was unrelated to the 16 children removed from the home? And this is, I guess, when they were still trying to figure everything out. Let's see. And there was something else she's going to show. We're going to look at. It's another post. Sorry. That I thought was wild. I was like, what is this? Okay. Is it this one? All right. So I don't know who the chick on the left is in the pink, reddish, whatever color shirt that is here. Girl on the right, that's Elizabeth, right, with the black hair. And of course, the house on the bottom is the house where they lived. There's photos from court, different things. All right, so this post was 7 hours ago on Plunder. All right. Elizabeth Siders, again, 33, the mother, allegedly, to all of these children. Elizabeth, and remember, she got married at 15 years old back in 2008, and lives with her husband's parents. Now, where's her family, right? Elizabeth Siders' brother, Jeremy Russell, wrote on Facebook on June 30th, 2026. And no, I haven't personally looked at their Facebooks yet and stalked it all yet. I just got all this earlier. Okay. So June 30th, 2026 at 5:33, he writes, I met this dude a couple months ago. He writes that on June 30th, guys, just recently. I met this dude a couple months ago, it says. Elizabeth Siders' brothers are Joey Russell and Jeremy Russell. Plunder Studios is assuming Jeremy is speaking of Gary Lee Siders, husband of Elizabeth. Her husband, it's been her husband forever, and why is he just posting on the 30th of this year, June 30th, that I met this dude a couple months ago? Because they just got back in touch with Elizabeth somehow. What? You just now meeting your sister's husband? All these kids? Do they know about all the kids? I don't know. Elizabeth's, so she's assuming they're talking about Gary, right? And then that goes on to say in the post, all right, my sister just wrapped her life up due to indoctrination. It is 100% real. 20 kids and younger than me. All right, I'm assuming the sister's younger than he is, but 20 kids is what it says. It says the math equals immature piece of shit man involved. I met this dude a couple months ago, shook my hand like a baby with super soft hands. Definitely never worked a day in his life. I should have took him out that night. I was thinking about it, but my sister, I was happy to see. Been 15 years. You lost touch with your family, followed another, and look what happened. Just 22 minutes later, Elizabeth's brother Jeremy wrote on Facebook, I see myself as a rogue saint. I can turn up blink of an eye. What does it all mean? What's happening here? Joey Russell commented on a live Facebook video posted by someone named Callellas Siders, and it says no relation to the arrested Siders family. Oh, that's just a fucking little coincidence we don't need, right? We don't like those coincidence weird shit. The following on Thursday, so July 2nd, he's on a live Facebook hosted by someone named Callellas Siders and says, I don't either. I ain't seen her in 15 years. Then mom called when it happened. That's the first time I saw her. Talking about his sister Elizabeth now. Back on June 5th, 2014, Elizabeth Ann Siders allegedly wrote the following on her husband Gary Lee Siders Jr.'s Facebook. It said, this is 2014. You had a baby that year too. You would have been pregnant on this date, June 5th. You didn't give birth till September of that year. Okay, so she's pregnant, allegedly, if the timeline is correct. Back on June 5th, 2014, midway through all these babies, she writes, allegedly wrote the following. Her husband, Gary Lee Sider's page. Okay, this is Elizabeth. I don't want anyone putting pictures of me on Facebook. Everyone, if you have any pictures of me on here, please take them off. Was that really Elizabeth writing that? Or was she groomed? The question's asked. What? Lori Russell is mom to Elizabeth, and she's been wishing her a happy birthday on various August 24th days, so that checks out. Then it goes on to say, I've only found videos of Joey on Facebook this far, and he's angry with some true crime folks who he claims have attacked his daughter. I haven't seen one of the brothers speak about Elizabeth allegedly having a child when she was only 13. Now, see, the records are indicating she was 15 when she gave birth to the first one. I read an article, the blonde was Elizabeth. No, the one arrested, the black hair is Elizabeth. Who's Elizabeth? Did she dye her hair? Did it used to be blonde? Hold the fuck up. What is happening? We got two Elizabeths? I don't know. My records, when I looked up things in the articles and a couple places I went to go look at stuff, I'm getting that she was married in March 31st, 2008, at the age of 15, giving birth to the first baby in May of the same year, 2008, 2 months later. So that would put her at 15 with the first baby. Now, did she have these babies starting at 13? I don't know. Here's what the timeline the judge laid out. All right, hold on. 2008, May 30th, 2008, first baby. Initials CS. ZS, born 8/17/09. Another CS, born 3/13/2011. A KS, born 3/28/2012. A BS, born May 8th, 2013. A GS, born September 2nd, 2014. An LS, born May 25th, 2016. BS, on October 26th of 2017. JS, October 27th, 2019. A day, look, 2 days, what? Almost, that's crazy. A month and a day apart, 2 days apart. NS and SS, twins, February 10th, 2022. BS and WS, January 4th, 2024, set of twins. IS and IS, January 21, 2025, a set of twins. So 2008 is the time we're getting the first child was born. I don't know where everybody's getting the 13-year-old thing from. I honestly couldn't tell you. If y'all see something different that proves that, then we're, yeah. But I haven't seen that yet. All right. Now, there's talk about it here, see? It says, I haven't seen one of the brothers speak about Elizabeth allegedly having a child when she was only 13. So that could be just an internet rumor at this point. Come on, 15 was early enough, right? But if you move through the years, according to the court documents, 2008 is the first documented birth. I don't know how they've got all these dates accurate like that, unless they were all birthed at hospitals and there's a birth certificate for each and every one of these kids. How else they got there on those dates, I could not tell you. If we're already wondering, right, were all these births even recorded correctly for that matter? Who the fuck knows at this point? Wow, it could be a toss-up, y'all. All right, so Sider's saga. What? Authorities executed a court-ordered or court-authorized search warrant. What really got me was the brother's comments about this girl taking off at the age of 15, right? And being gone all these years. And they've just apparently found her again, how the mother found out about her daughter being arrested and all these kids. Did the authorities reach out to the mom? Like, hey, is this Elizabeth Siders your daughter? All these your grandchildren? Right? Mm. What's been going on with Elizabeth Siders since the age of 15 years old? Huh. How much of this is literally on her? Because a lot of it's going to be regardless of what she went through or experienced or may not have been forced to participate in. There's always the door. And a lot of women would lay their life down at the front door to save them babies, each and every time and twice on Sunday. It says that authorities executed the court-authorized search warrant on the home on the June 30th at 10 a.m. Okay. So Attorney Stolley, that's the client, that's the attorney that Elizabeth Siders has. We're going to take a listen to what he says in a minute. It's wild. He says the first thing, one of the things that she asked him was, "Can I see the kids?" Attorney Thomas Stolley shares his impression of client Elizabeth Siders, charged in child endangerment. Is that all she's charged with right now? Is that all of them's charges? Child endangerment in Vinton County. All right, so he's going to go into some of their interactions, but we have the video. This is crazy right here. This is the Siders House of Inhumanity that gives the address of where the home was located. It says, I don't know where they pulled this from. Is it random stuff off Facebook? If this is true, what is up with this and why? It says they would buy water and vegetable oil every night at 9:45. Sometimes they would buy sugar and diapers from the Hamden Dollar General. At 9:45 at night, every night, they buy water and vegetable oil? What the fuck? You got video of that? The house shown where the six... And why? Why? Every night? Oh, I can't with Facebook sometimes. The house shown where the 16 children were rescued is located at 182 Omer Street, Hamden, Ohio, in Vinton County. They go through all the people they always got to know the money part. Like, I don't care. Were they doing a real estate scam? No, maybe I'd care. According to reports from the Ohio Attorney General's office and local law enforcement, the 4 adults arrested reside at the home. Now, there is some question about how they came to obtain this home. Now, that part I'm here about. I don't care about the fucking price of the house. Zillow says there was 1 bedroom, a basement that is partially finished, and a total interior livable area that is 1,336 square feet, which makes one wonder why 16 children were corralled into a 12 by 12 living area. Well, we don't even... The house was reportedly built in 1900. It has a roof and a lot that is over 10,000 square foot lot. Again, it's in Vinton County, Ohio. All right. The home is part of a trust in the name of a Hamden woman who died in April of 2025. So last year, the house was up to date on its property tax payments, the most recent payment being made in February. I wonder if somebody rented out the old lady's house after she passed, like a family member or something, or is Christina Siders related to how? According to Hamden Village Water Department, they've been paying the bills. Okay. The house did have running water and sewer and trash services, were all in the name of Christina Siders. So Christina is the grandma. So that all the utilities are in the grandma's name, and they're living in a little tiny 1-bedroom house for 16 children and 4 adults. Hey, if you got to do what you got to do sometimes, but what are you doing? Cramming all them babies together in one tiny room and not cleaning any of the house. Unacceptable. I don't give a shit what you got going on in life. Clean it and take care of it. Endangering children open endangering children, all of them right now have endangering children open accounts on them. Is that it? A big show of force with the prosecutor's office, and that's all we got so far. I think America needs to rethink how we charge for child abuse in this country. That's all we can get them on at the moment, under the law, under the penal code, is endangering the children, leaving the door open for more people to endanger the children, knowing they're going to get a slap on the fucking wrist with an endangerment charge. What about Callella over there getting a little drug rehab and a 5-year probationary period? Don't you fuck up again, Callella. We're about second chances here in the U.S. and the American justice system, if you got enough money. Maybe not. Ugh. Oh, look, she's got the list of all the kids' birthdays and names too, y'all. See if it matches. Let's see. Are the years the same? See, 2008 was the first birth they've got listed. Uh-oh. Did I? Who's that blonde chick? Y'all said she was supposedly Elizabeth? No, not as far as I've seen. They go through all the counts here. Let's see. This is a different one, or is this the same one? Wow. Paula, you've been busy over here, Miss Ma'am. I'm digging deep into the sad case of 16 children recovered from a filthy home on Omer Street in Hamden, requesting records in all 4 cases of the adults detained. Elizabeth was 15 when she married Gary. That is her attorney's understanding. All right, so we'll have to pull up what this attorney said, guys. Again, I think that one of the mods dropped Plunder's link into the chat a little while ago. Internet rumors. Okay, let's see. The oldest victim, according to local outlet, the Telegram News, is 18 years old. I'm not clear where the speculation online came from, claiming Elizabeth birthed her first child at 13. I have found no valid evidence of a 20-year-old individual who was birthed by Elizabeth, as internal rumors claimed. The children's ages, the oldest identified in the complaint is 18, while exact birth months are not explicitly detailed in the most recent updates. An 18-year-old victim aligns with the birth of the 2008, which is the same year they were married. According to Elizabeth's defense attorney, Stolley, all 16 children found in the home are biologically theirs and were born in area hospitals. What? Y'all. So her attorney claims they are all her biological children born at hospitals. Okay. The criminal complaint lists the children's ages as 18, 16, 15, 14, 13, 11, 9, 8, 6, 5, 2, 4, and 2 20-month-old twins. The ages of the remaining 2 children are not explicitly listed in the available complaint summaries, but authorities have stated the youngest is 18 months. I've got 15 months, so either it's somewhere in between, probably. Per Yahoo, publicly available records show the family had ties to Callellas. Mason County, West Virginia records show when Elizabeth, then 15, married Siders. At the time, he was 19. Okay. I thought it was 18. But according to this, he's 19, she's 15. They marry in March of 2008. The oldest children identified in court records as being an alleged victim was born May of 2008. Mason County is situated directly across the Ohio River from Callellas County. Huh. Marriage records. While both individuals were living in Gallia County, Ohio, I hope I'm saying that right, reportedly just 2 houses apart. They while both individuals were living in Gallia County, they reportedly just 2 houses apart. Was she his little fucking neighbor? Hmm. Yeah, semi-sharp. 1 kid a year. Oh, yeah. Probably. I was wondering the same thing because if you look at the gap, right, there was, let's see, 2010, there was no child born, but you got to look at the when she gave birth in '09 was like August. Then she gave birth again in 2011, which was March, right? So nothing in 2010. 2015, there was nothing. 2018 and 2021. So just a couple of years there without a baby being born. So they were living. Okay, so they were next door neighbors apparently. Siders, then 18, and Elizabeth, 15, were married at the Mason County Courthouse in West Virginia on the 31st of March in 2008. Because she was a minor, the marriage records indicate that her parents, Brian Ray Russell and Lori Ann Raines, they putting their names out there, along with the then Circuit Court Judge David Nybert, provided formal consent. And that Florida, you can't do that, but you can go right across the Alabama line and get consent, and you can get married. Go figures. Bama. Early rumors claimed many children were born at home and therefore had no records, but conflicting reports claimed the children were born in hospitals. See, we can speculate, and we were fine to do. We knew we were speculating, right? But we weren't going. This is facts. They were all born at home, and they're not all his and hers and theirs. And we're speculating, but they're saying they can show records. So okay, if you can, that's fine. We'll accept it. I mean, fuck, proof is proof. No need to speculate if we got proof. This is bad enough as it is. I don't need the extra, right? We don't need the extra. It's bad enough. All right. Stolly said his client told him that all of the children were born in area hospitals and she considers herself a full-time mom. Holy shit. You're full-time something, all right. It ain't a mom. Mamas don't do that to their babies. No, ma'am. Do you have some severe postpartum depression we're supposed to excuse away now because we get it? I don't, because I never had it. I got 4 babies in, 2 C-sections in, never had the postpartum depression. So it is a little hard for me to understand, but I get it. But nah, I'm not giving you that free out, bitch. Women who suffer from postpartum depression and continue to have children, knowing it's a risk, shame on you. Stop with the one you got and be grateful. Say your prayers and love that baby to death and raise it right. Stop it with your selfish bullshit. I have postpartum depression. Girl, get up and put your big girl pants on and take care of that baby. I mean, it could be that simple sometimes. Sometimes it goes deeper. I'm not just saying, I'm tired of hearing excuses for this shitty ass parenting because they're becoming excuses if we allow them. Does postpartum exist? Absolutely, but I'm seeing a lot of young women out there run into town with it now. I have postpartum. I can't clean my house today. I'm sure I can find a TikTok video on it in 5 seconds and find my tribe. Oh my God, I'm going to get in trouble. I'm going to get in so much trouble. So they go serve that unrelated warrant for him out there exposing himself for a fucking week. So Siders Jr. on 4 misdemeanor counts of indecent exposure, accusing him of exposing himself 2 times on May 23rd, and nobody went to the door to beat his ass. Because down here where I'm at, that wouldn't have happened once, let alone twice. I'm just saying, there wouldn't even been for multiple calls later. We're still doing this, buddy. The fuck? Get some act right. May 23rd twice, once each on May 27th and on the 29th at the Omar Street. To people not members of his household. Well, then it's different, right? He had pled not guilty to those charges. What in the world? Evil requires malice. I did not see any malice in Elizabeth, her attorney said. Well, let's just go listen to what he had to say. Paula, I'll come back to your reporting at a later date and time when I can get some notes together on it. Because you got a lot there, ma'am. And it's getting late. Holy shit. Sparky Pilot, I get it. Look, I lost a child. I know depression, y'all. I'm just saying these mamas that want to take a free out because I got the postpartum, I'm not buying it. But I get it. But then again, I'm a happy-go-lucky person, and even at the times I should have been severely depressed, I wasn't. But I do understand it. I know people who dealt with it, and it's hard. But you gotta have that one person there in your corner saying, "Man, you gotta get up, you gotta do it." Right? I get it. Then they're done that. But I feel worse when my house is dirty though. My pet, I would drive my own self. Oh my God, I would drive myself nuts, totally depressed because I cannot deal with a dirty house. That sends me into depression. It's like, let me clean the house up, then I can go be depressed, right? That's how I would roll with that. But I do get it, y'all. I get it. I'm just not going to put up with it anymore. Like, I didn't want to put up with Brian Koberger's autism excuse, now did I? Get it? Andrea Yates, who drowned the babies in the bathtub, had postpartum depression, y'all. And I understood why that lady got to the point she did. But I don't give her a free out to drowning those babies. There's court documents to back all of that up and how deep her depression actually went and how her fucking husband continued to encourage her to have those babies. So if somebody ain't stepping up for y'all, find your support system and let's get it done. If you need to reach out, reach out. I'm your girl. Because I know trauma, I know depression, I know all the things, I promise. But I also expect everybody to do the work. 16 babies later, bitch, you ain't doing no work. In fact, let's see what you got. So what's your attorney got to say, Miss Ma'am? Are we going to give you a free out like we're going to do over there for Nick? What's his name? Unaliving his parents out there in Hollywood with all that money at stake, and how the system failed that young man and all his abuse of drugs and failure to help him with all that money his parents threw at the situation. Like, oh my God, I could get so started. People need to be held accountable for their own actions from time to time and deal with the consequence and realize you're not the only one. And we have to sometimes just go on. Sometimes we just have to look into the little one's eyes and know you gotta get up and get it done. Where'd you go, attorney man? Oh, we don't need to see about botched investigation in the Nancy Guthrie case. We already know. Okay. So this, what is this it? Because that's not very long. Okay. Let's. All right. Y'all know there are so many women that do legit deal with that who never hurt their babies. Those are the women I can have sympathy and empathy for, right? The legitimate sufferers. And unfortunately, assholes take away from the legitimate sufferers, where you can't even call out that shit without people wanting to point out, it really does exist. I know. But can I point out it's also being used, right? I just want people to understand where I sit with that. You got to be legit in your walk. You can't hijack every fucking thing that the wind blows towards you and claim you got it now because it suits your purpose today. Suits your narrative, right? I'm not lazy. I'm just depressed.
Behind the doors of this home in the small village of Hamden, investigators say 16 children were living in horrific conditions.
The kids were all very thin, very, very thin, ghost white.
We spoke with this local employee that says that she regularly saw Elizabeth Siders and Gary Siders Jr. and sometimes one of their kids at the local Dollar General. Each of these 4 individuals are charged with
one of their kids. Was it the same kid each time, or was it a different kid at random times? Did the kid never look to a point that alarmed her? I mean, it's hard to get involved when you don't know, right? But what signs should we be looking for? How does somebody hide 16 babies in a fucking tiny house and nobody know? How can we get better as a society at finding that stuff and recognizing it when we see it happening? And what do we do about it? Oh, they're just having problems. They'll figure it out.
multiple counts of felony child endangerment and were arrested on Tuesday. The Ohio Attorney General said the conditions inside the home were unlike anything he'd expect to see in Ohio, comparing them to a third world country. And authorities found the kids living in feces, urine, malnourished, and some near death.
I can tell you this is pure evil.
Thursday, Elizabeth Siders' attorney, Tommy Stawley, met with her for the first time in jail after she had been charged with 16 counts of child endangerment. He says he went into the meeting expecting the worst.
There was a comment that livestock had been treated better, so I really didn't know what I was walking into.
But after they talked for more than an hour and a half.
The person that I met with, though, is not someone who comes across as pure evil. That's just, evil requires malice. And the person that I saw there, Elizabeth, she doesn't have that in her eyes, at least from this initial.
He said that she was timid, exhausted, and had been emotional since being arrested. He also believes that she isn't a victim in this.
I asked her that question in a couple roundabout ways, and she did not have a typical victim-minded mindset when answering.
He says her focus.
He didn't look very old. How would he even know what a typical victim mindset is? She's like, nope, I did it. They're my babies. I locked them in the thing in the room. How by the way, how are my babies? He's like, she really wanted to know how her kids were doing. She didn't give a fuck for all these years. So it's hard to get sympathy for this girl, and don't come at us in a minute with her damn postpartum. That's what I'm getting at, y'all. Listen to what the man's saying.
Focus wasn't on getting out of jail. It was on her children.
She did say that she misses her kids. And that's one of the things that shocked me was the first question that she asked me was, are the kids okay? When can I see the kids? And do you know anything about where they are? That was the first series of questions that she asked me, which, kind of surprised me. Usually when people are in jail, they ask, can you get me out of here? When can I get out? So I think that was telling.
Oh, so it's telling that she asked about her kids. No, it's fucking not. I don't give a fuck what she asked for. How dare you ask now, how are my kids? Do you know where they're at? Is that all you care about, is knowing where they're at? Because you kept them all in one room together, right? Pale white. Fuck. Oh, the girls that I know that have went to the jail have told me some stories about girls who come in and have a child abuse charge. I'm like, in the county? I know the prison, but the county? Yep. They don't want nobody to know. 'cause you in the jailhouse has the code.
Dolly says the case is still in its early stages and believes more information will come out as the case moves forward.
A lot of the snapshots that got out there into the media and on press conferences were
The hell's going on inside this house with toys and shit? It's piles, and where did the adults even lay their head down? Oh my God. Where did all the people? Oh my Jesus Christ, is sick. The mental health has to be bad in this house, okay? I won't take that away from these people. You don't get a free out for that. I don't care. Somebody along the way had to know that some adult in this house didn't have all their faculties together. Somewhere, the social worker, the doctor's office, the grocery store, somebody has seen this old couple around, this younger couple. Nobody ever went in their house. Nobody ever visited. They probably let nobody in that house ever. Probably kept everybody away. But who in their right mind, first of all, is going to put all these kids in that room and let all this pile up? This is just like the Turpin house. It's probably worse. The Turpins had a big house and it had a lot of shit. They had chains on the fucking refrigerators though for the kids. Mom and dad had plenty of shit though. But the garbage that piled up in that home, like, it was crazy, right? So there's also there is a level of mental illness there, but no, we're not excusing it. You're going to the crazy hospital if that's the fucking case. Prison crazy hospital.
based on those initial perceptions. And that's not the whole story. It takes time. But unfortunately, first impressions really do matter. And so when we have language like pure evil, it's important to combat that language and say innocent until proven guilty.
It's important to combat that language. Don't call her pure evil. Get used to saying innocent until proven guilty. That was a notification my son's battery died on his phone at the same time. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Sir, we're not changing up. The words hurt adults. I know. I hear tell about in courtrooms we're having a hard time with the word murder these days. In a courtroom, could you imagine? What if we're there because somebody committed a murder? But we can't say murder. You fucking imagine? What kind of world are we headed towards here? We done got so soft we can't say words that describe a situation because some people's ears can't take it. Nope.
Because that's what Elizabeth is, and that's what all of her family who lived in that home are.
I don't know why he went silent. All right, we heard enough of you. We don't know what you're doing yet. That more good question, Sophia, because if they were recorded as they suggest, all born in hospitals, then were they drawing benefits on all of these children? And the agencies supplying the benefits never red flagged it or never asked a question. I don't know I don't know Ohio's way of doing things, but in Florida, if you're able-bodied, you're not getting a bunch of benefits. Your kids can if they're disabled. You lose your spouse, they lose a parent, you're right, they can draw benefits on their, as long as they're minors, can draw benefits on the deceased parent. All of these things. But to just have a bunch of babies and then jump on the welfare system, that don't happen in Florida. Not so fast. Right? There's a lot of rules in place for people who receive benefits. And it's probably that way for a lot of the country. Now, she says she's a stay-at-home mom, but where was their daddy? He's not required to pay child support on all these babies you're drawing benefits on. So we don't know, right? If she was drawing disability for any of the children. If you're drawing disability on one of these kids, someone better make sure it's in school. It's appropriately cared for the disability it's drawing benefits for, right? That would have drawn a lot of attention to them, I think. I know this because, well, in Florida, when my son was born, he was premature. 3 months premature. Spent a year in the hospital. So the first, I think it was almost the first 3 years after I got him out. He was a year old when I got him out. Well, 2 weeks before his first birthday, technically. But so yeah, the first 3 years I had him home. It gets confusing. He did draw a disability, right? But as he got better, we took him off of all that. It only lasted 3 years, but they're in your business. They know everything going on with the child, medically, because it has to be documented throughout the process or whatever, right? Um, to make sure we weren't in there faking it and lying, whatever. But so I don't know what they would do in Ohio to do that, to combat that kind of thing. But I think it would have put eyes and attention on them. Now, drawing stuff like food stamps and maybe money from the state in that capacity may not have drawn eyes on the kids the way a disability payout would have. You see what I'm saying? There would have been no like bring the kid needs to come into the doctor for exams and all this shit. That wouldn't have been happening if you're just getting your food stamps or whatever she might have been getting. So I don't know. Were they just having all these kids to gain money? I doubt it. Y'all, money is not everybody's go-to. I feel like this day and age, it's all about the money. The fucking money. They killed for the money. They did. It's all for the money. The money. Follow the money. The money. The clicks and grifts and get. Whoa, America, consumed with things very much because y'all love the money. It's always about the money, the root of all evil. It's not always about the money. Sick bastards like to have their way with people. They could give a fuck about a dime. Did that house look like they was drawing a dime? Do y'all know what I'm saying? Are they eating steak dinners every night while the kids are starving? That's where all the money's going. I'm just saying, don't always let it's got to be for the money be your go-to, because that money will lead you astray each and every time. The conditions of that home and those people, they weren't doing this just to gain money. Now, could they have been? Yeah, and that makes their evil even worse, in my opinion. I don't put a monetary value on these children's lives and happiness and well-being, right? So they can draw all the fucking money they want. I need to know what you did to these kids. Carrie, that's going to be on the state of Ohio, right? That's what we're all wondering at this point. Now, she could have had these babies. They don't follow me home from the hospital. They didn't. All 4 times I gave birth, they're like, see ya next time, right? And you're gone. They don't keep track of you, follow you, unless you got a premature baby coming home from the hospital who's going to need extended care. And you got a lot to do after that. Other than that, it's bye. Follow up with your pediatrician. Am I right, ladies? So I don't know what the hospital can do after that. Were any of these kids ever taken to a hospital for any documented reason? They find the records, right? What can the state have done? I'm telling y'all right now, the state ain't doing shit if she's just turning in a couple of these kids and saying, I'm poor, I need some food stamps. They're not knocking on the door and doing a welfare check on the whole family. So it might have been easy for her to hide, and them as a whole to hide all of this and keep it under the radar. And why would you go out and seek state benefits and medical care for children you're neglecting and want to hide? So I'm trying to take money out of the equation. I'm sick of it being the go-to. Every time there's a bad actor on YouTube, it's for clicks and views. No, not every single time. They're just shitty ass people. Embrace it. Recognize it. Separate the two. Right? It helps you in the long run. I'm just trying to get there every time. Follow the money as always. But yeah, if they're defrauding the fucking state by getting money for all these 16 kids, then the state fucking do your job. Right now, I'm worried there's 16 kids hid out in a fucking 12 by 12 room that nobody knew about all these years. And what kind of sick individuals do that and why? And how do we stop it going forward? How do I recognize those signs? That's where we should be sitting in this true crime space when we evaluate these cases, in my opinion. Madeline Soto's case, why do we even care? Because people like Madeline Soto's mother need to learn how to recognize the red flag in front of your fucking face. Right? Not everybody's playing with a full deck. What's going to help us change it going forward? Oh, see Cheryl and Amanda. Hi, y'all. 4 hours late. You're good. You're good. You can wind us back. I'm about to get off of here. It's getting late. It's been fun. I didn't go live yesterday. I was feeling some type of energy that I didn't want to project onto my people. I had to calm down and think about a couple things. I was waiting on something to happen so I could take it in and let it settle. Yeah. So anyway, here we are. Happy 4th of July. Yes, I hope everybody celebrates. I hope if you live in the United States of America and you want to be in the United States of America, I hope you're celebrating Independence Day. I'm not political in any sense of the word, but if you don't celebrate it, what are you doing? What? Why are you here? Like, I don't get it. So odd these days. That's one thing everybody should celebrate if they want to be in the United States. It's a choice from what I heard, right? It's a choice. Feisty is good. I know. Sometimes you have to be. I think that full moon had something to do with it too. I was feeling that weird energy, and I don't know why. I remember sitting outside the other night. Oh, look, it came. What was it? Night before last. The moon came up, and my sky was pitch black by the time it finally did. The night before, it was like daylight, and I could see the moon, right? But no, not the next night. Anyway, it's pitch black, and I look up going, where is that bitch? Finally, there it was, giant and orange, deep orange, right? It was so pretty. And then as it got high in the sky, it was normal, but it was like, I remember looking up going, you're kind of weird tonight. I think I better go inside. I don't need that weird energy. But I got it, apparently. You bet the state will make changes in hospitals after this. No, they lived in Wisconsin as well, from what we were gathering, Carrie, and moved around a little bit there. Years ago, decades ago, a little girl came up missing in Florida on Florida's watch, put into foster care system. 2 years went by, no one knew that little girl was even missing until one day a social worker cracked open the file and was like, nobody's talked to these people in a couple years. Let me do a check on them. They go to check. There's no little girl. And when I tell you the state of Florida flipped on its fucking head, heads rolled. And the people of the state of Florida became incredibly pissed off when we found out what was going on within the Department of Children and Families. And when I tell y'all they got major pushback and we caused change and reform, we did it. Because we didn't sit down and go, oh, that's a shame. Just like when we made law changes in the Madeline Soto case when it came to Gannon Stock and how you will not get children's autopsy records in the state of Florida. Although we have the broadest sunshine law in the country that we love, you're not getting the goods on the babies. We put a stop to that too. Come on down to Florida, you fucking pedos. We didn't get to make an example out of Stefan Stearns because we had a weak prosecutor and a weaker defense attorney. But here we are. You can go to the electric chair or put to death, as they say, because of that shit. People need to push back, make the change, and demand it, right? There's a lot we can do, especially when it comes to the kids. When you start to realize how bad it actually, look at Harmony Montgomery, y'all, and what the negligence the state role was in her case, right? That fiasco alone in the Harmony Montgomery case should have shed massive light on a problem that exists across the country. We know that. So no, I wouldn't be shocked if there's going to be things that come up in this case that were red flags, but what they could have just hid them all out for all we fucking know. We don't know enough yet. Yeah, hey, it is in Ohio, Gucci. It's Ohio, Hamden, Ohio. Is it? Yeah, Hamden. So we're following it. I'm gonna go over to Plunders later and see about getting a hold of those documents. I looked to see if she had a video, but she's stuck on that Mackenzie Shirilla chick. I can't with her. Ugh. I watched all them videos a long time ago. I don't have the fucking patience. That girl and her mama and none of that shit. I'll throat punch you, little girl. Shut the fuck up. I can't, y'all. I can't with that girl. Mm-mm. Yeah, Adam Montgomery and his new trial, right? Yeah, Harmony's case was horrible. You know, there were red flags in that case. There was DCF investigations. There was placement, misplacement. Oh, we forgot to check. Oh, we checked. Oh, we thought you had her. Oh, we thought you had her. All these things. Well, no, stop it. Florida had that same thing happen. That poor little child was dead. That little girl was gone for 2 years before anybody freaking realized she was gone. That is not acceptable. Bring me that baby next time, right? That's where I sat with that case in Florida. Are you kidding me? Where do I sign up? Jesus, I don't want to need another kid, but man, are you gotta be kidding. And then the Turpin case, that floored me. That case made me sick to my stomach, not once, but twice. Come on. And I ain't even talked about that here on the channel like that, right? Because these kid cases are so, the energy, y'all. So with that said, let's all release the energy. Let's release it. Y'all get out your sage if you got it, whatever you got, do your things. Go outside, sit down for a moment, take a deep breath. I don't care if it's hot. I'm in Florida. Shut up. Quit whining about your heat. I'm going outside in just a second. I got to go breathe the air for a moment. Okay, it's like right now it is 79 degrees. Oh, the feels like is 79. Yeah, it's time to go outside in Florida. The feels like earlier was well over 100. It was not feeling good. So now's the time to go. All right, guys, y'all get out there and touch a little grass, breathe the air. Breathe the air. Don't take these cases to bed with you if you can help it. Some of them we end up doing that with, and we should try not to compartmentalize and set them down when we need to. What did Butterfly say? All crimes against children need harsher sentences. They really do. We've seen too many times, right? What feels like I don't, just slap on the wrist, not even the right term anymore to use, with leniency with these parents, programs to stick them in, right, to better themselves and all that. Stop. If you're going to do it, make sure you evaluate these programs and make sure they're working, because we should try to get to there. Like if you got minor stuff, any form of abuse is what it is, neglect. But here's the thing. If you're raised a certain way, you may not know a different way when you have your own babies. And if we can educate some of those people, the younger parents, they can break that cycle, right? Because breaking the cycle, we all know how that can be and how gratifying it can be for your own family, right? But if you can help another young person get there and show them that way, that makes all the difference in the world. right? They have to be shown a different way in a lot of these cases. So y'all go and be safe this 4th of July weekend. Don't nobody blow their fingers off, okay? We have that happen in Florida sometimes. People be blowing their hands off, and I'm like, no, stop it, people. Get away. Light it and run. What are you doing? Light it and run, man. Anyway, they went and bought fireworks earlier, so they'll be shooting off some things in the backyard tomorrow evening. And I live way out in the country in the open field. I'm not burning anything down, I promise. And we're going to go to town to the little community thing they got going on for a minute. Small town America fun, the way it should be. I'm going to go get me I want some cotton candy, and I want a snow cone. I love a good snow cone, y'all. It's my weakness. My aunt used to buy them for me when I was a little kid. Snow cone man would come. I'm like, yes, snow cone day. But anyway, I don't know how many of y'all venture out to go see fireworks. Big displays are happening all around the country, actually, aren't they? Oh, which reminds me, I wanted to give y'all, people are doing these little palate cleansers lately. I thought, well, you know what? I don't have my camera on, and my cat is like just laying in the floor. Well, she heard me and she stretched. I'm not showing my cat. I feel like we can go on YouTube and anywhere and see tons of cat videos. My cat be all boring. She's like, don't even look at me half the time. Hold on. So, because of where I'm from, I was watching some stuff the other day, and I thought, you know what? I'm going to do this. Let me show you. Let me get this pulled up. I'm going to leave the sound off. I'll let it play a little bit, because some of the sound I will mute because there might be some music in the background. I don't want to get in trouble, or a little thingy. But it's like a little palate cleanser. Salty, we haven't seen a pew-pew before, let alone heard one being fired. Well, if I go outside and sit and do a live stream, y'all are likely to hear a big giant pow in the background. Don't be if the other day me and my grandson were out there, I was laughing about that. I'm like, man, because I do my backyard lives occasionally. If I'm ever out there doing a live and y'all hear a loud shotgun blast in the background, do not be alarmed. It is very normal for where I live. Good old boys up here. Okay, because this is where I live. No, well, not literally. I don't literally live on the beach. I used to live right around the corner from this location here, actually. But now I live way further up into the country. But what this guy's going to do is pretty cool, and I wanted to show you guys what it really looks like. For those who've never seen it.
Pensacola Pier. Let's see what we can find.
So this one's going to blow your mind.
All right, first time out on the Pensacola Pier. Chill fall day. I think we see some sharks out at the end. Let's see if we can get a few shots.
And barely 50 yards out is this juvenile bull shark, just patrolling the bait fish. There were probably 4 or 5 sharks circling, but this was the only one close to shore. The rest were out at the end of the pier. But sharks were just the beginning. This might have been the highest diversity of marine life I've ever dropped on at a pier. Got a perfect drop on a big loggerhead with a few sharks up.
That right there is why you can't have the massive lights set on the beach. Or like, oh, Miss Nancy's neighborhood's dark, no lights. No shit. Because see that sea turtle right there? If we allow all them lights on the beach, it confuses them. They don't know where to go, where to put their little baby eggs at. We don't want all that. We protect them. Turn your lights off. You're not allowed to have all that light pollution, people. It's what's called. Save the turtles.
Sharks following it around.
Look, look at all the little sharks.
Let's go out to the end of the pier. There's a lot of activity out here today.
So I baited my camera this time with a plastic shrimp, and only the remora fell for it. Note how the remora move out when the sharks come in, and then move right back in when they leave.
The bull sharks, y'all be careful when you're around here. Butterfly, you've been on this pier. You can imagine looking down, and that's really what was underneath there all that time. Them bull sharks love the end of that pier.
But here comes a special treat.
Oh, that is a really big school of cow-nosed rays.
Check them out.
It's rare they're moving this close to the pier.
This is sick.
So they made a couple laps, so I got a chance to do a handful of drops.
Look at that.
And they all worked out so well, I'm just going to play through all of them. This one's probably my favorite.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, this.
And yeah, one or two got hung up in the line, but thankfully didn't hurt them or the shot.
When you're standing out there, you can literally look down. The water is emerald green. You can just see right through it most of the time. And you can see that wildlife swimming around down there. It's crazy.
So some days you come out and the water isn't that clear, or there isn't much life beyond the remora. But today was one of those days where life was just happening everywhere.
So that's a look at the Pensacola Beach Pier down here in the Northwest Florida part. We're not part of that. We're not on the Atlantic side. Let me say that. That is the Gulf of, well, I live here. It's the Gulf of Mexico, but technically it's the Gulf of America. And that pier was rebuilt after Hurricane Ivan. Hurricane Ivan took out all of our piers, all up and down the Gulf Coast, but everybody rebuilt. The longest one right now, I think, still stands in Navarre, the next beach down. There's a little longer, the Pensacola Beach. But it's pretty cool out there. There's like live beach cams and stuff you can look at when you're, I guess if you want to go look at the beach and see what it's like out there at any given time, you can go and take a look. Let me see something real quick. Let me get an update. Hang on. Okay, I'm going to share one more quick one with you guys. It's going to show you what could happen any given day that you're out here on this beach. Any given time, this could happen. Uh-oh, my thing messed up. Let it catch up. There we come. There they come. That was the Pensacola. That was the Blue Angels, right? Their Navy base is the Pensacola Naval Base. Naval Air Station Pensacola is the home to the Blue Angels. And you can literally be out there at any given time on the beach, and all of a sudden, they're on you before you know it. And it is so loud and so fast. And it's really cool to see out there. So, yeah. You'll come visit. Oh, cool. Rip currents. Yeah, butterfly there. See, I'm used to them, and I know that I just wish I hope all y'all that do come visit be extremely aware of the rip currents and what they are and how to get out of them. A lot of times that water's very, very nice and clear and calm, and no rip currents at all. Just you're like, what is this? No wave action, none of that. Then there's days that water's very volatile. So it all depends. We have flags that are flying to warn everybody, about the conditions of the water. So keep that in mind when you do visit. A lot of people do visit this area this time of year. The water is beautiful. I'm very, very blessed to live on the Gulf of Mexico, in my opinion. Even though right now I'm in the country and I got the river, I say I got the best of both worlds, because I do have the option of that beautiful beach or deep in a river somewhere with the gators. It's whatever I want that day, right? So, but I'm a beach girl. I love the beach. My name ain't Salty for no reason. I'm salty in the South from the Gulf Coast. That's why. So anyway, I just wanted to share my palate cleansing with you guys. I'll find some more stuff from the beach we can look at from time to time. All right, guys. Thank y'all for coming in. Enjoy your holiday weekend. If we get any breaking news over the weekend, I'll come back with it. If not, I will probably see you come Monday. I might see you sooner. We'll just have to wait and see how things go. All right, guys. Thanks for coming in. Y'all hold them babies tight. Shout out to all of y'all who are doing fabulous and loving those kids, right? My God. Try to let all that tragedy we had to look at a little while ago just leave us for the night. Moore's mom dog. Hey, thank you. Oh, thank you so much. You have beautiful rivers and waterfalls, right? I know Faye's got some great outdoor spaces that she loves as well. So for all of us outdoor lovers, we're in our element, right? I'm about to get outside right now and go touch some grass and breathe the air. Y'all have a good one. I'll see you back here come Monday.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from Little Yas to